hail for over the north side of I-72. That is going in the direction of Forsyth and Oriana. So if you're in this area, definitely stay in your safe place as it continues to move to the east. And we're really concerned on that. Also back out to the east of Stephen Vance, the main area that we're looking at is this area of rotation in our line that is coming up on Princeton, I-80 as well as Wide Neck over the next few minutes. Just some weak areas of rotation. Again, this is
You're in northern Alabama. Batting the hatches because it's getting ready to rock and roll here in about a half an hour to 45 minutes in your area. This storm system's moving very fast, and we're going to have a lot of tornadoes today.
So continue to stay in your safe place during these warnings. Isolated spin-up tornado threat will continue with those storms. I also want to point out, back over in northern Mississippi, we got another discrete cell here near New Albany. It's not really rotating right now, but it is a discrete cell. And if it's able to organize, we could get a tornado threat on this in the next half hour to an hour as it goes towards Boonville, just to the south of Corinth, off to the north of Tupelo. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. This is on one of the Project Weather Eye cameras on Radar Omega. You can actually see how windy it is right now back over in eastern Arkansas, out in front of our severe warnings. The pod base off to the right. This is going to be looking, once the storm gets a little bit closer.
I tell you, we filmed one the other night that we thought was going to be as more. It was probably going to be 1.5 miles to 2 miles wide when they finished their assessment. We almost couldn't get the entire tornado in the viewfinder, and we were 4 miles away from it. We posted a video on our channel. If you're not subscribed, subscribe and go back later after today and look at some of the videos of the last 2 weeks, but particularly the Sunday tornado in Kansas. That was the largest tornado we've ever filmed.
It was a non-condensed tornado, visible apparently, at least on the radar, or at least on the HAZ cam back over here near the Hornwald, and also there's a weather spotter that confirmed it. I do not think it is on the ground anymore, but if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case it does drop again. Loud for the super chat. What's the prediction for Nashville tonight? I think Nashville's going to have a line of storms with damaging winds. I think that's like the biggest concern for Nashville. And to be honest, I think Nashville's going to get hit at least somewhat hard with the wind threat tonight. Once this all organizes back off to the west into a line of storms, we're going to be having a pretty numerous, almost widespread damaging wind threat here going towards Nashville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Carroll, Henderson, Madison, and Gibson counties. That is going to be in Tennessee. I think it's going to be back over to the west of Nashville. Actually, look at Jackson. Jackson actually has a mezzo. What about Jackson? Oh, wow, look at this. Huge wall cloud. Holy crap.
Look at that. Shit.
I think we just got warned. We got a huge wall cloud over here. Look how both the camera so you guys can actually see it. This is a huge wall cloud in Denmark, Tennessee right now. Coming up into Jackson. They just tornado warned this. Jackson, Tennessee, gets to your safe place. Look at that huge wall cloud on the right. Those clouds are very low. So this is probably about to drop a tornado. East of Denmark. They're moving the camera here, so we got movement. Huge wall cloud here. This west of Jackson. It might be about to drop a big tornado if it does drop. Velocities are pretty strong on radar. Very low clouds.
All right, we're just across the Mississippi River in Arkansas. We're getting ready to bug back across the river into Tennessee. There's going to be multiple tornadoes today in Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. For sure, I can't even say about Kentucky or Illinois or Indiana yet, but I can definitely say Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee are going to have multiple tornadoes today. Not just warnings, they'll be on the ground. We've got a tornado warning on this storm that we're sitting here waiting to come in. If we don't see something pretty quick or some rotation on radar, we're bugging back across Mississippi River headed east.
web-based version of the app.
And I just don't see.
To the right of your screen,
If it's there, it's down
to
here.
the northeast of Denmark.
There it is right there. We're going to go get south of this storm. If the rotation's here, it's going to be further south than where we're sitting at. No reason to be upset. All you can do is prepare for it and make sure you're watching your radar on your phone or TV. I'm sure the TV stations from Huntsville north or maybe even Birmingham north are going to be active all afternoon with live weather. That's how active today's going to be. We were 3 miles from Plevna, filming that tornado when it hit. That was the tornado I'm talking about. We actually went back by there yesterday and talked with a lot of the townspeople. No serious injuries and no fatalities, but the little town was almost totally wiped out. They all got in the basement of a church that was located right in the middle of that community, and that's what saved everybody. You're gonna have to be radar and storm aware today. These are gonna be coming up so fast that they're not even gonna have time to put warnings out. That's how fast the storms are developing today.
Back over here to southeast of Star City, Arkansas. This storm is definitely rotating. Got a large goes falling in the floodplain of the storm. This thing may be gearing up for a tornado here shortly, as Riley also alluded to. It has been contaminated with
the tornado warning storm we are on has rotation, but we were too far north. We don't want to be in the precipitation and it get wrapped around the rain and us not see it. So we're going to turn around here and get back on Interstate 55 northbound here in Arkansas, just on the west side of the Mississippi, and we should be able to see this storm much better.
There's a low chance of a spin-up tornado with this activity as it continues to move east. Connor Croft on a middle is currently on the stormier Marble.
The wind here in East Arkansas is really beginning to pick up. But these storms are forming so fast and developing wall clouds so fast, I don't know if the warnings are going to be able to be issued fast enough if people's not watching your radars and staying tuned in real time to what's going on in your area.
We got 3 tornado warnings. We got one near Winchester. This one still has a hook. But again, I do not think this one is really...
I mean, we're from Nashville. They've already got, and they wasn't under tornado watching just till 30 minutes ago. Within 10-15 miles of our location, our house, they've already got tornado warnings up. I mean, tracking wall clouds with potential circulation. And we're 250 miles from Nashville.
Rotation isn't as strong as before, but we still have a large wall cloud, and it would not take much for this thing to produce a tornado here in the next few minutes. This is what it looks like right now in Jackson. And you can actually see on the right there that inflow tail that's coming in from...
Okay, come on, light.
You know, I'm picking the right way this way. And then you can see that large lowering there coming up into Jackson. And this is a live shot again on the radar megacyclone port in downtown Jackson in Tennessee. Which again has a large lowering as of right now.
Staying right here. If that thing, we get on the interstate, we got 5 miles for the next exit. If it comes right here where I think it's going to come, we'll be able to take a ride up here and stay on it until it crosses Mississippi.
Okay.
So it does sound like the... Here, echo, yeah, sorry.
So we're in West Memphis, which is town here in eastern Arkansas, just across the river from Memphis, Tennessee. We're waiting for this cell to come through with this rotation and tornado warning on it. If it doesn't develop, we're going to pop across the Mississippi River into Tennessee, where all these storms are popping up now. We think the moisture level and the environment is moving across the river. Once it moves across the river, they generally start firing off a lot faster.
ACDC got thunderstruck. All right, guys. the way we're doing the memes of thunderstruck. It's weather related though. All right, let's go back here to Jackson. Still got a large wall cloud. Gonna come up into Jackson here over the next few minutes. Once again, seek shelter if you are in Jackson.
This thing may be coming right here. So if this thing drops here before it crosses the river, we're in a prime spot to be able to pick it up on the live stream.
Well, we still have a large lowering here. I mean, again, there hasn't been a tornado quite yet. If we have one, it's going to be coming up into the west side of Jackson over the next few minutes. This is what it looks like on live radar. Velocity coupling right now is it's not as tight as before. It's a little bit broader, but it's coming up into Westwood Gardens. This is literally the radar mega camera that we are looking at right now, so it's pretty much in the direct path of this.
Okay, go ahead. What's that all about
It's gonna
there?
go right
This
by
one
this
is
camera for the
running
next couple minutes.
Sexton, I believe.
Come up into Jackson.
Okay, get it off Saxton, put it on Jackson, Tennessee.
There's also another damage report of trees down on Sand Ridge and Bargertown Road. There's in Bargertown, Tennessee, so just a heads up there. So we got a little bit of scud now, lower than where the wall flood is, which is just some rising motion. A lot of
Yes,
moisture
sir.
there today, so we have a little bit of clouds developing even below our cloud
Okay.
base. I mean, if there was a tornado about to drop, it'd be in the middle of the screen.
We're going to reposition where we can point the camera right where this storm is coming, because we're kind of to the side of it right now.
Predictions for Clarksville, Tennessee this afternoon. Damaging winds being the biggest concern, and then an isolated tornado potential. All right, let's get way closer to the camera. We're just going to literally go over the camera in the next couple minutes. We're going to go way over the camera. This is reportedly a confirmed tornado now. So this is apparently a confirmed tornado now for Jackson, Tennessee. We don't see anything, but if there's a tornado, it's literally on our screen. This is a weather spotter's confirmed tornado. And we're looking at it, I guess. So there's a tornado in progress here coming up into Jackson. They just again upgrade this to confirm. It's weather spotters confirmed right now. This is a live.
Okay, if it's coming in, it's going to be right there in front of us.
Go ahead, Riley.
It's where we're anticipating it.
Another tornado warning northeast of Noblesville. This storm will be coming up into Nashville. So basically, we have two potentially tornado-producing storms about an hour or two out from Nashville. So Nashville, be prepared now for any storms that may come up in that direction.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, and the also north of Mount Pleasant, this storm's rotating.
So we're in eastern Arkansas.
Tornado could produce another one.
We are storm chasing.
Where there is a confirmed tornado in Jackson. Again, this we would see.
Be sure to subscribe. We want y'all to be sure to go back and see those tornadoes we captured last week and last weekend, particularly the Sunday one that was almost 2 miles wide. We couldn't even hardly get it in the viewfinder at 4 miles away from it, which looked like it was right on top of us. But largest tornado we have ever videoed and I've ever seen.
I-40, and then eventually tracking in the direction of Cotton Grove. So Cotton Grove here eventually.
So we've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with potential rotation. Right now I'm counting 3 or 4 tornado warnings just out to the east of us already in Tennessee, which we were not even expecting to happen until after 4 o'clock. So we're going to wait on this one. If it doesn't develop pretty quick when it comes over, we're going to bug across the Mississippi River here at Memphis and down Interstate 40 into Middle Tennessee, where these things are just going to blow up. Well, they're already blowing up. This is going to be a very active day. We're from Nashville. I've already texted everybody that I work with there at the hospital and family that it's not possible there's going to be a tornado. I've told them there's going to be several tornadoes touch down in Middle Tennessee over the next 4 hours, and they better be alert.
It is still rotating a ton here coming up into Jackson, Tennessee.
I've never seen so many discrete supercells in a storm in a very, very long time. And they're just all over the place in Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and southern Illinois right now. Not showing.
So large area rotation. I mean, we could get a tornado anywhere here.
The storm coming in front of us has got a very high potential of dropping a tornado. Now, whether it does on this side of the river or the other side of the river, my guesstimate, based on experience, is it's probably going to happen after it crosses the river. For some reason, we see these individual supercells when they're this close to the river. and they're not dropping yet. They drop after they cross the river. Now, whether that's because they pick up more moisture or what, but right now the intensity and the ripe environment is from here all the way through middle Tennessee and middle Kentucky and northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. So like I said, this is getting pretty close to us wanting to get across the river. There's only 4 places to cross the river in 250 miles, about 125 miles each direction from where we're sitting at. So if we don't cross here at Memphis, we got to drive 75 to 100 miles to get to another crossover. And that's what makes chasing Arkansas, East Arkansas, hard, is because you got to make sure you've got a route to get across the river.
Good. It looked like it was definitely on the left there. See if they move the camera here.
It'll be watching about 2 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock.
It's definitely gotten darker on that side.
There, so the tornado right now would be on the ground here near.
Yeah, we'll move a little bit and let you see what this whole storm looks like. So right there is the core of the storm. The rotation and the hook echo, though, is down this way where we're sitting at. So these storms are very intense. Lots of lightning, lots of rain, but they're definitely dropping tornadoes today.
So this is still a confirmed tornado right now, heading up in the direction of Mount Khalid. The camera.
If y'all were watching us last week, the one in Marion, Illinois, on Sunday, they upped and classified it as an EF4, and it was a mile wide. We chased it into Creel Springs, where we ran up on the damage just a minute or two after it touched down there, and we had to stop. There was so much damage, I was afraid we had fatalities and injuries, and we had to stop and help. But turned out no injuries, no fatalities in southern Illinois during that storm. And the one on in Kansas day before yesterday, they hit Plevna. Believe it or not, no serious injuries, no fatalities. I don't even know what they're going to classify that. Everybody that was chasing it said it was looked like a classic EF5, being almost 2 miles wide. But I think the most they're going to rate that's an EF3 because of the damage. You see anything over there yet?
No. Just a lot of dark clouds.
Problem we got down here in this area, and particularly this particular area of Arkansas, is the trees. We went from Kansas, where we could see 20 miles, to now we can't see a quarter mile.
Sure, if there's a tornado here, but there is definitely a large wall of cloud still. And,
but if this thing doesn't develop pretty quick when this hook comes over us, where it's showing a hook echo, we are buzzing into Memphis and across the river, because I do not want to be underneath this storm when it comes in. While it may not have a tornado on it, it is tornado warned. The driving wind, lightning, and rain is something we don't want to get caught in and slow us down today. Speaking of lightning, I don't know if anybody was watching this last night when we stopped to fill up at Love's, but just as I got the tank topped off and before I got the nozzle out of the tank, a lightning strike hit the transformer at the Love's truck stop and blew everything out. And boy, I jumped about 10 feet back, and then everything went dark. At least we got gas and got out of there. We were down to an eighth of the tank. If I hadn't have gassed up when I did, when they lost power, nobody could gas up. We'd have been stuck there until the power came back on.
That's going towards Tracy City over here in southern Tennessee.
That one, it was like a bright light and thunder at the same time. We had 2 of those last night inside of 15 minutes, one of them while I was gassing up.
Right now it's mainly a damaging wind threat currently heading towards the Mississippi River Valley. This is currently tracking to the east, so stay in your safe place if you're
I see it, but I mean, you can see the structure on it. I'm going to get out just a minute and see if I can see any lowering. Oh my God. So again, my glasses fogged up. It's so humid here. As soon as I stepped out, my glasses totally fogged up on me. I couldn't see anything.
It's definitely developing a hail core now.
So on the radar mega cyclone, you see the spin here, another area of rotation. And this thing might be gearing up for a tornado too. I mean, almost every storm's rotating right now. This is crazy. This one does not have a tornado warning right now, but it could be a tornado at any moment. See it? It's actually spinning quite a bit right now. That is literally a rotating wildfire.
Let me see if I can back up, get a better angle on this.
A new tornado warning.
This should be tornado warning. This thing is definitely spinning. We have a new tornado warning in Louisiana. That's our new tornado warning.
Yeah, we got a little bit better angle on this. If there's anything there, it's going to be right here. As that cloud clears them trees.
Any minute here. I mean, you're Martin, Tennessee.
Man, Martin just got hit the other day.
More than honestly, this looks like it's spinning. It looks like it's spinning more than the Jackson one.
We're going to wait until this cloud right there clears us. If there's nothing in it, we're bugging back across. At least 4 tornado warnings over there, and we expect when all this line gets on the other side of the river, it's going to blow up. Glad to see everybody's on board. Bear with us. If we can't get to the chat, we'll try to answer everybody's questions. But right now, we're just on the west side of the Mississippi River from Memphis, and we're watching this tornado warning sail right in front of us. It doesn't produce a tornado right there in front of us on that particular part of this storm. We're going to bug across the river, because if it don't drop it on this side, this storm's so big it'll drop it on the other side. But we've got plenty of supercells breaking out, moving all into Tennessee and Mississippi and Kentucky. They've got warnings all the way to Knoxville, Tennessee already. And this wasn't even supposed to gear up until about 4 o'clock.
We also have a large fault line right now near Centerville that is currently tracking off to the east-northeastern Bonhoeffer Junction. That is going towards I-840 and then eventually towards Franklin. So if you're in the severe warning, be in your safe place.
Now, Franklin's about 10 miles from my house. The wind is, if you can see the wind in those trees in front of us, it is really, I need to zoom in just a little bit. There. The wind is really picking up. I know, that's what I'm waiting on.
That's my side view.
Oh, that side view is yeah.
No, this is reversed. I told you that yesterday, and I don't know how to switch it.
As this line of storms in southern areas continues to track to the east. That is Winchester. That is on this tornado warning. We're going to go back to this real quick. We still have a look echo on this storm and an inflow. Still can produce a tornado as it comes towards Eastville Springs and Tracy City. If they do issue new tornado warning, it has to probably be in the next few minutes. There's still rotation, still a long side and an inflow tail on this. Currently moving towards C1E and Tracy City. Again, this is
All right, if it's here, it's going to get rain wrapped, and we're going to get out of here before that happens. So we're headed, that storm right there is tornado warned. In about an hour, y'all be clear, but it's all moving across the river. That's where I'm headed, but there's a lot of tornado warnings out over there. Alright. Now watch us getting a traffic jam. That's what I'm afraid of.
Clear.
Alright, we're going to try to get on the east side of the Mississippi River real quick before this traffic gets bad. Clear?
Clear.
Because we're close to peak traffic time in Memphis. You can see the top of this. This is the edge of this big cell right here. As soon as we get up here on 55 and make a little bit of a left turn, you'll be able to see the whole structure of it.
We still have a confirmed tornado right now north of Jackson. This is by weather spotters. We still have very strong rain thunderstorm as well. Along with the storm of black moving from up on top of the position. And that's basically going to Clarksville. This is still a confirmed tornado here. It's basically parallel to high 40 right now. Storms over the next few minutes.
Sirius says hi. Sirius says hi.
Glad everybody's on board today. This is going to be a very active next 3 or 4 hours. What's over there? Look over there. Where you went down? Where you went down? You see anything right over there? Okay. Alright, at this point we're going to get across the river before these storms. Look at there in front. Now that's a TV weather chaser in front of us from the TV station. If there was something behind us, we can't even see it now. It's all rain rats. Keep looking right there in case. Because if it's there, it's going to be right over there. Is that a lowering over there?
The trees are in my way.
Serious. I should have took your advice the other night in Kansas and went that route the first time. We barely passed that storm by 3 miles before it crossed behind us, and we flipped around and got a film of it. But we went down 281, but we had to jog over to Turin to get out of the path of it. But we delayed so long when I got turned around. If I'd have went immediately the way you said, we would have got in front of that storm faster. We literally passed the path of that storm 3 minutes before it crossed behind us. No, you were absolutely right. That's a route we had to go back and actually take that route, 281 south. We get around here in a minute, you'll get to see the structure in just a second. We do have a lowering. The lowering on this storm is crossing the Mississippi River right now. Man, that TV truck is flying. I'm barely doing the speed limit, and they are already way in front of me, and that was from a TV station. And just to let y'all know, we do not speed or go over the speed limit when we're chasing. We either get the picture or we don't get the picture. time ago. So he just changed 2 lanes of traffic. That is what causes us more danger than tornadoes, is other drivers.
Someone wants to know if there's money in storm chasing.
Money in storm chasing? No. Even the ones that do it professionally, you're not going to get rich. If you do land a contract with a national network, you still don't make a lot of money. People think local TV station personalities on the news get a lot of money. They do not make a lot of money. Meteorologists don't make a lot of money, unfortunately. And so no, we don't do it for thrills, and we don't do it for money. We do it for more awareness. We do try to give public presentations at schools and to groups of how to be more storm aware. And we show some of our videos to show what's possible without a lot of notice. Because we've actually been filming storms that were not tornado warned that dropped a tornado right in front of us. In the last 3 tornadoes that we've been able to visualize, we made the first call into 911 to be able to give the exact location of the tornado and what direction it was going through so they could give the warnings. Trust me, I see it. I take all my vacation every year from the hospital to do 6 to 8 straight weeks of storm chasing. And based on our shifts, I generally get enough time off. I can do it several times a month on top of that. You'd be surprised how many people are not aware or stay aware of weather, even the ones that live out in the more prone areas of tornadoes. They always stop in the parking lots and say, are we going to have bad storms today? Well, I wouldn't be here if you wasn't. There's 2 things you need to know about storm chasers. If you see a bunch of them, that's not a good sign. But if you see them going in the opposite direction of the storm, you probably better get behind them and follow them. Because that means this storm is so bad, even the chasers don't want to be near it, and we're going the opposite direction. And that happened in Texas just a couple of weeks ago. So be wary if you've got, you see storm chasers everywhere. There's probably 150 to 200 within 100 miles of us right now. And but if the storm's to the right and they're headed to the left and they're boogieing, you probably ought to get in behind them and just keep on going. All right, we're getting ready to cross the Mississippi River here in Memphis, and this big storm that we were on out to the left looks like it's even getting bigger. The other thing you need to know about storm chasing and weather is if we get within 5 miles of a potential tornado or severe storm, we cannot use our radars at that point. we're too close, and the radars can be 5 to 15 minutes behind scanning because it takes so long for it to do a sweep. So once we get within 5 or 10 minutes of where a tornado is supposed to be, we have to put our eyes in the sky and use our experience of where we think that tornado is probably going to be in that supercell. So we're over the Mississippi now. We're getting ready to cross into Tennessee right here. And Tennessee is blowing up. So if you're in North Mississippi, North Alabama, all of Tennessee, all of Kentucky, and Southern Illinois, and Southern Indiana, you need to be weather aware all the way up till 10 or 11 o'clock tonight.
How does one get into tornado hunting and storm chasing safely?
There's nothing safe about storm chasing. I get told that all the time. They say, be safe out there. We're chasing tornadoes. What we've got to do is be cautious, educated, and if you're going to get into it, I've been doing this for a very long time, even since I was an county EMS director in Florida with hurricanes and all. But if you're going to get into it, you need to get on YouTube. Number one, become a certified spotter and take the 2 online courses that's on YouTube, and then quick test. It's real easy, and get certified. That'll give you the basic knowledge. Then start watching all the videos of what you're looking at so you can see what a storm structure looks like. If you can't identify what you're looking at, you won't know if you're in a good place or a bad place. The best place to be on the supercell is always on the southwest side, looking up into the bottom of it. That way you never get in the hell core. And that's the problem we had the other night when that big tornado started up in Greensburg, just south of Greensburg, Kansas. We were in Great Bend, Kansas, and we were on the north side of it, and it was huge. So we had to boogie south, and I got turned around and lost about 10 minutes. Actually, one of the viewers, and he's on here today, Curiosity or Curious, gave me the direct directions I should have took. We ended up taking those directions, and we literally passed in front of the tornado, which was almost 2 miles wide. You got to see the pictures we posted of that thing, and I posted them on my Instagram too. Literally passed three miles before it crossed our path behind us, got into a small community in Kansas, turned around and was able to look across the Kansas fields at it and be able to record it. At the same time, I was dialing 911 and reporting the exact location and path of it. It was probably less than 8 to 10 minutes later, it hit Plevna, Kansas, and they took a direct hit in that community.
Sirius says it's pronounced Sirius, LOL. And King Dioxide said you're getting a sub. Thank you for the wisdom.
And you don't have to chase. This is something, all that information and all those good YouTube videos out there that tells you how to identify a storm. And, the worst thing you can't predict is the lightning and where it's going to hit. But you can generally have a pretty good idea where a tornado is going to drop at, and that's what keeps us safe. We've had a couple drop right down on top of us. Luckily, they were small EF0s, but they dropped right down on top of us, and we had to drive through them. But if they're big ones, like that one was the other night in Kansas, their paths stay pretty straight. Once in a while, they'll jog one way or the other, but if you get a good radar on your phone, if you don't want to pay for them, I certainly suggest Radar Now and My Radar, course, you can always pay for more advanced features, but they're pretty accurate of showing you where the storm is and what part of it's down. We barely got across here. This storm you're looking at is a storm that just crossed the Mississippi that we were sitting on.
There's a lot of scud left.
These storms are going to be extremely violent today. But I'll say one thing, and this is a pet peeve of mine. People who get under a tornado warning in their area and sit at home and say, well, I hope it don't hit my house. If they don't pay attention and they don't go outside if they can see, if it's still daylight, and look up in the sky and see if they see it, that's the people that get hit by tornadoes. Because generally, even in the case of that big one in Kansas the other day, they only had to go 2 miles south to get out of the path of it. Rolling Fork was that way in Mississippi a couple of years ago. 28 people died. Somerset and London, Kentucky, most of the people died were older people who probably went to bed early, took their hearing aids out, was totally oblivious to storms coming in, and the next thing you know, they got hit, and I think the count was 32 fatalities so far. So you can't ignore the weather. We've actually got a lot of low-level clouds right behind us. If we can get up here, but I've got to get through this traffic. Okay, we're almost Jackson, Tennessee. We've got tornado warnings on both sides of where we're at. We're trying to get ahead of this particular storm here so we can see where the rest of the cells are. These supercells are just going to keep on firing up in front of this front line and ahead of the dry line. There's so much moisture out here today. Dew points are in the 70s. We're supposed to have at least 3,000 plus Kate. Right now, just north of my house, that storm is dropping baseball-sized hail. I got somebody monitoring it for me over there. You can tell on the live stream, but the sun is actually trying to come out. That's what's really firing this stuff up, is the more the sun can break through around these supercells, the more unstable the atmosphere is going to be around these storms, and it gives them more lift to cause rotation.
Again, back over in Jackson right now. You're up there. That's 70 miles per hour damaging winds. Back over near Jackson. You're going to see, in addition to quarter-sized hail, those winds are going to be moving into Jackson in the next 2 minutes. And we are expecting a significant front of wind. You can actually see how low the clouds are here. Our shelf cloud is currently rolling in. And we should eventually start to see the potential for 70 mile per hour winds ushering in most of Jackson. There's a low tornado potential with this storm. It's one more wind front over right now.
Wow, look at that.
You can always get an embedded
gnarly looking storm
as it continues to move to the east. This is back over on our Florence tornado warning in Alabama. Brennan Dare is currently on this. And look how low the clouds are here. So we're starting to get some light motion here on your Florence. It is currently a radar indicated area of rotation. It's quickly moving. I'm going to keep it down in the middle of your screen. We're currently sitting at 7 tornado warnings. Most of them are in Tennessee right now and Alabama. We also still have one in Illinois, just back near Cissna Park, that's going towards Milford. Seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning northwest of Woodson. We also have a tornado report earlier. Emergency management reported a tornado touchdown just north of Illinois 9 Road and 1600 East Road west of Paxton. That's according to emergency management there as about 30 minutes ago. No longer on the ground. It was something from earlier. Our tornado south bay is going to be running out of time here soon, but we definitely still have multiple storms that are rotating around our low. So continue to stay weather aware. There is a chance for a couple more tornadoes between now all the way through about 7 o'clock or so tonight, and then after 7 our approaching it pretty close to zero here across Illinois. Let's go back west of Clarksville. We have a tornado warning here west of Clarksville, and the latest radar scan is showing some strong rotation right now. Come up into Big Rock, eventually going towards Woodlawn in Clarksville. So be ready in Clarksville for a potential tornado.
Just remember, this line is actually going from almost Indiana all the way back to the west side of Louisiana. So even though Illinois may be out of the threat at 7 o'clock, Alabama's going to be in the threat until 10 or 11 o'clock. So don't let, when you're listening to national weather guys, they're only letting the areas know on the north side of this storm front that they're going to be out of it in a couple hours. Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee has still got a lot coming. Truck just will not get over. Driving about 15-20 miles under the speed limit in the fast lane. I don't understand. Coming up on Jackson, Tennessee on Interstate 40.
That storm's right now going across western Tennessee. That's actually kind of cool.
We've got the sun out now too.
Yeah, sun's out. It's going to be heating this atmosphere up around these supercells and just destabilizing the atmosphere even more. The line slants behind us all the way down to Louisiana, and out in front of this line is going to be supercells developing all the way through Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. A rainbow right in front of me. You don't see that every day. Literally got a rainbow right in front of me. Look at that. You can see it clearly in the live stream. I wonder if they call this a ground-based rainbow. That's a first for us on a live feed. Ground-based rainbow. assume that's my personal rainbow up there in front of us.
There should be a warning for Murfreesboro. Hail or wind. I don't know if this is baseball size. We've got multiple viewers here talking about a few of this. Again, if we have hail, it's going to be probably at least 2 inches diameter, though. Coming up on Murfreesboro, we had some golf balls reported back over at Spring Hill, Tennessee a few minutes ago. There has been some hail reported. The extent, though, on our main hail report, we don't quite know yet back over at Franklin.
Let me remind everybody, if you're out on the highway and it's raining, please turn your headlights on so people can see you. You'd be surprised how many times that people do not drive in the rain. I mean, we turn our emergency flashers on top of our headlights. And if it's so bad we can barely see out the windshield, we turn on our rear caution bar light just so people won't run into the back of us.
Just started raining at home, and I can't tell if that's hail with the rain or if it's just big raindrops.
Oh, there's a little bit bigger rainbow. Oh, you didn't. I cannot believe. That's what kills storm chasers, not tornadoes. He is literally, what's he doing? He literally was straddling that white line. I know. Go from one little personal rainbow to a huge rainbow. Look at that. The sun is out on the backside of this storm. The storm chasers is kind of a good thing and a bad thing. If you got rainbows around supercells, that means they're going to get more intense and the possibility of a tornado is going to be higher. That's the bad part. The good part is you get to see a big rainbow. I've had them sit on the hood of the car so bright we couldn't see out the window and would have to pull over until it went away. The tornadoes around supercells that are still developing and getting bigger generally means it's going to drop a lot of hail and probably a tornado, because the sun's out heating the atmosphere up and allowing the storm top to get bigger. I'm sure there's a technical term for that, but I'm not a meteorologist and don't try to be. We just know that from experience. Just don't know the technical name to it. So the storm in front of us is tornado warned. The supercell going through Nashville with the baseball size hail is getting bigger, I understand. We're getting texts on our phones of how bad that storm is in Nashville right now.
Yep, just got another call about it.
we've literally got supercell storms on both sides of the interstate, including in front of us. We got tornado warnings to the left of the interstate on all those. We've got severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings all the way down to the Alabama line on the right side of the live stream. We fully expect Mississippi, North Alabama, and Tennessee to have several tornadoes between now and when the sun goes down. So in the next 3 hours, there's high potential in North Alabama, North Mississippi, and Tennessee, and Kentucky for more tornadoes to be dropping.
These tornadoes are definitely curious. They took some interesting paths. Our first tornado
That's about to hit home right there, that red part.
I'm not there. I'm not there. Can't do anything about it. I have no idea. I assume there's a wreck up here or something. They're showing it on the, what's up here?
Let me find
Put in Dixon and see what we're in the middle of.
Also, we just got a video from Bobby Smith on Twitter. This is from Jackson, Tennessee earlier when we had a tornado on the ground. This is
Oh wow, look at that feeder.
look here. The tornado dropping earlier back over in Jackson, Tennessee.
There's a car crash
How far?
Look at the rotation there.
right there.
Like ground view.
We're really close to it.
I think this person was probably
Oh, it's right on top.
Yeah, this is scary.
And then low visibility. And then another car crash.
That's where we're touching down.
And another car
You
crash.
can see the tornado right there, right? So that's
3 car crashes in a row.
So bear with us. We got 3 car crashes right here in front of us. I'm wondering if it was affiliated with that tornado that came through Jackson earlier, because we're right here at Jackson.
Yeah, so that's scary. Wow.
Well, the first one ought to be right here on the right. Can you see it up there?
No, the tractor trailer's in my way.
Alright, let's go back over to, alright, we have still a bunch of warnings.
Is there an exit right here?
First off, we do have a couple storms still in our cold core.
What is that building over there? Is that a rest area?
That's a rest area.
West and northwest of Danville, going up towards Pontotoc, as well as Rossville and Houston. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to be in your safe place. Also, tornado warning still in effect for Cissna Park. That rotation's gotten broader over the last few minutes. That is tracking up towards Milford. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings right now across the board, literally across all of western Tennessee and also western Kentucky. Main concern with these right now is damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. The most significant part of this line is currently coming up on Lexington, Parsons, and also just southeast of McKenzie. This is actually a live shot in Carroll County on the EMA. This is on the radar mega cyclone board, which again, you can watch these inside the radar
It's
mega
almost
app.
about to fall
With
off
the top link in the
that
description
hole.
below, you can see that the clouds are pretty low. We got a shelf cloud rolling through, which is going to lead to damaging winds. I want to go back to Columbia. We do have a tornado warning here just north of Lewisburg, and it looks like we have a wall cloud. So I want to look at this. Yeah, wow, look at that. there's a huge wall cloud here near Columbia. This is a
Oh, look at there.
You see it?
Tornado heading up in the direction of Chapel Hill, Caney Spring, and Milltown.
That's Lewisburg, just south of the house.
Scraping the ground here.
We got 3 wrecks in a row here. I don't know if they were caused by heavy rain, wind, or that tornado that came through here a while ago. Panic.
Yeah.
Motivation, thanks for the heads up. Our next are going to be home at I-74 in Illinois before the big wall cloud off the tornado. No problem at all.
What's wrong with you right there? Is it up there?
Sorry to
Oh,
take vacant from
we should already pass that one.
Looks like right now is
Yeah, we should have passed the first one already.
I don't see anything.
Neither
That's
do I.
been cleared.
Back over at Florence, Alabama, this is where we have a tornado warning, which the northern half of the storm is more of a wind threat, which is what we're looking at right now. You can see it's a little bit windy. It's very hard to see really anything here, but it's definitely pretty windy. There's actually an American flag out in front of this that we were able to see earlier. There is one of the 2 cameras that is in Florence that is going down likely high winds here. So if you're over at Florence, gives you an idea at least that it's windy.
Wow.
Visibility. Definitely stay in your safe place if you are.
Florence, Alabama's getting slammed right now. If you're in Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and maybe even northern Georgia a little bit later this evening, you're going to have this weather's going to be off and on with supercells, and you're going to be under several different tornado warnings all the way up to about 10 o'clock tonight.
Hey, Max, so this is an update on our hails we had go south of Nashville on the radar.
If you're in southern Illinois, it's pretty much over with for you. Southern Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, and potentially northern Georgia, a little bit of northern Georgia up until about 10 tonight.
But it does sound like there was a large slew of damage and hail that went anywhere with it is black flag we have.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this storm is still continuing to produce a threat for large hail here as it continues to track across the south side of Nashville through our suburbs, going towards Murfreesboro, Woodbury, and then eventually tracking in the direction of Smithville. So this is still a concerning storm for hail. It is still warm for baseball-sized hail, which I don't think we're at baseball-sized hail anymore, but it is still producing some large hail. This is continuing to track to the east, and it will likely continue to produce damage as well. So continue to stay away from windows. If you have cars, make sure that you are putting those in your garage or at least protecting them if at all possible as that storm continues. We still have a tornado warning here for Columbia. We've had a large wall cloud with this storm. You can kind of see at least the inflow. Looks like more like an inflow tail now. Maybe just scud. I can't tell this is looking at the storm though here in Columbia, Tennessee on the radar mega cyclone report.
We don't get through this, that storm's going to catch up with us, and we'll be back in it
Get
again.
that up on the screen here in a second.
It says 5 more minutes and we'll be clear of it.
Not if we're not moving.
Thing that we're going to look at here in a moment. Winds are picking up on the north side of Columbia, so we have damaging winds and hail currently just east of Columbia with the east-northeast. We have a new tornado warning. That is going to be for Arkansas
Really?
and Mississippi, right along the Mississippi and Arkansas border. That is likely Greenville, and it is. Just south of Greenville, brand new tornado warning. Rotation is near Lake Village, currently moving to the east towards Hollandale. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. The storm's moving east towards Highway 61.
That one's going to go south. That's going to
Highway
help.
61, you're in the path of this.
I see. That one's gonna help.
Columbia. So that's kind of sitting there in the background. It's also live showing Florence right now. It is hailing. You can see the hail come down right now in Florence. That looks like probably around quarters that are falling out of the sky here in Florence, Alabama. Storm is currently back over
on down here now. Afraid that one behind us that we drove through was gonna catch.
Skittles is back. There's people watching from Ohio, from a couple of different countries. They wrote in different languages.
Glad to have everybody on board. I know we lost our feedback here for just a minute. It's just where we're at here on the interstate is causing that. I can just get ahead. The problem is these semis don't pull over even during severe weather. When we can't see out of the window, they're still driving 60, 70, and 80 mile an hour down the interstate.
That must have been where the car wreck was. Oh, look at that rainbow.
Y'all can see it on the live stream, but there's a huge rainbow up there in front of that cloud.
If you could keep the windshield wipers on and it's really getting
Not another wreck. What's up there in front of us?
It doesn't say. It just says a slow down. HB says stay safe, y'all.
Let's back up to Clarksville.
Holly, you better be safe over there where you're at. There's going to be a lot more tornado warnings here over the next hour.
Clarksville right now. Actually, two couplets right now coming up by Clarksville. We gotta watch this. We got two areas of rotation right now coming up by Clarksville. If you're in Clarksville, definitely stay in your safe place. There's no tornado warning right now, but there are two areas of rotation right on the leading edge of this line of storms coming up into Clarksville. We got one right here and then another one near Woodlawn. So there's a potential for embedded tornadoes in this line as it comes up into the town of Clarksville.
If you can't drive in the rain, you need to pull off until you can drive.
That's a couplet right there.
Just my 2 cents on the situation.
So seek shelter if you are this morning away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Still Tennessee, very low hanging walk back there in the middle of your screen. It is still fairly distant, but we do have a tight area of rotation there northwest of Clarksville.
Wow.
And another one also just north of
Look at that.
Birmingham, Kentucky.
I see that.
Definitely an area of rotation there. You can faintly see it out in the distance here. We'll have a better view probably in a moment.
into Jackson, the interstate should open up to an 8-lane here in a minute. Hopefully that'll give us some space to get around all this backup that occurred with them wrecks back here. Here's a piece of information everybody may not know. The only city or town that has been hit twice by an EF5 tornado is in North Alabama in Limestone County at the Tennessee-Alabama line, and it was Tanner, Alabama. It's the only town that's ever been hit twice by an EF5 tornado.
More people say hi, including somebody from Germany.
Glad to have you on board, Europe. We had somebody from Brazil the other day. They want me to get Alan Jackson and come down there. Big country music fans down in Brazil. I told them I used to live next door to Jason Aldean, and they said, well, you can bring him too. Who'd know? I reckon there's country music fans all over the place. Alright, this storm right in front of us, over to the left, is still got a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. It did have a tornado warning on it. I'm thinking this one coming up on the right, just south of the interstate, to the right of the screen, is actually going to be the one they put the tornado warning on next. Definition for the Weather Service of a tornado warning to be put out, just in case you're not aware or you want some general information on it. They've got to see rotation in the storm at least 2 different levels that are consistent and maintain that rotation for 10 minutes or more before they put a tornado warning on that storm. So it's got to be rotation, 2 different levels of the storm for at least 10 minutes. Now, I would hope that they give the meteorologists some latitude based on history of that supercell, because similar to last week when we filmed that tornado in Marion, Illinois, that same supercell was the one that dropped the tornado 3.5 hours later in Somerset, Kentucky, and London, and killed all those people over there. So we've seen supercells travel several hundred miles, and while there's not a tornado on the ground all the time, that same supercell, if it's staying together for that long, has the potential for dropping several tornadoes along its path. And that's what happened to Somerset and Loudon, Kentucky. That same supercell that dropped that EF4 mile-wide tornado in Marion that we filmed was the same one that dropped those tornadoes over in Somerset, Kentucky. So that's kind of how we, if you want to know how we identify storms that we want to get on to be able to know that they have the potential to drop a big tornado, we watch the supercells as they develop, and if they stay together for more than an hour and or get bigger and form a more definitive shape of what we would consider a supercell, that's the cell that we want to try to get near and be ready to film the tornado, because a lot of supercells develop, they fizzle out within an hour, or they develop and they rain themselves out pretty quick. But if they can stay together for an hour or more, even if they develop a tornado initially, but it's been occluded, that storm, if it gets bigger and stays developed for an hour and keeps on its track, will drop several tornadoes over the course of its life. That's the dangerous supercell, that when it's coming at you, if they say the supercell's been tracked for over an hour or two, that's the one you really need to worry about, because it has the potential and it will drop a huge tornado.
Storm to the right is developing at 3 o'clock.
To be honest with you, I'm a little surprised they marked that one in Marion as a mile wide. I could only find a damage path of about 3/4 of a mile. But I certainly understand why they rated it an EF4. The damage that we came up on just minutes after it passed Creole Springs, that poor community got devastated, and there was at least 1 or 2 houses. The foundation was there, but nothing else. We posted that video. So if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please subscribe, hit the notification bell. We got a lot of videos we're going to be posting from those tornadoes, as well as that big 2-mile wide one in Kansas on Sunday that we filmed. That was literally, of all the tornadoes and storms that we've seen, that was the largest tornado I have ever seen. We're waiting to find out what the final width and how they're going to rate the EF status on it. So the EF classification is going to be based on damage, but that storm was so big, everybody that saw it said this is just a classic EF5. However, since we do know they classify them based on damage, doesn't matter what they look like, they're still going to classify it on damage. But that storm was so big, just about finder at one point, and we were only about 4 miles away, maybe even closer than that, but it was so wide we almost couldn't get it into the viewfinder. I actually had to zoom out further than 1:1 to be able to get a good view of that tornado, and we did post those pictures both on YouTube, and I posted some good pictures of it on my Instagram. very photogenic, even though it was at night. But the town that got hit, Plavner, Kansas, we thought it was going to kill everybody in that town. No injuries, no substantial injuries of any kind, couple of cuts and abrasions, and absolutely no fatalities. We went by there yesterday and talked with some of the residents to find out how much notice they got before it hit and how they were able to survive. And we took a lot of videos. So I'm actually going to make a video of the day after the Plavner, Kansas tornado. I'm just amazed at how quick people were in there. They had skid loaders on the ground. The tornado hit about 11:30, 11:35. Skid loaders from volunteers was on the ground in that small community before 2 a.m. in the morning. I was pleasantly surprised. The roof on the church, materials was donated immediately from a lumber company, and workers by noontime was almost finished replacing where everybody took refuge in the basement. I was pleasantly shocked, but not surprised. So we're east of Jackson, Tennessee. We're on Interstate 40. We've got tornado warnings out to our left. There's supposed to be a tornado on the ground out to the left of us in Clarksville, Tennessee. We've got several more supercells coming into the south part of the state on the right side. And you got to remember, Tennessee is barely 100 miles wide at its widest point. So where we're at, it's probably about 90 miles. So you got about 40 miles to the left of the camera and 40 miles to the right of the camera, and we've got supercells on both sides. The ones on the right are actually coming in from Mississippi. The storm right in front of us is getting ready to be tornado warned. And that's the third tornado warning they put out within 10 miles of my house. Well, now they've got one just north of my hospital I work in. Be assured, I warned everybody in Middle Tennessee that was on my emergency contact, and then told them to tell everybody else that these storms and tornadoes was coming in today. We get up here and pass the storms in front of us, if they don't become tornado warned, we'll eventually move towards northern Alabama. And Alabama in general are just beginning to feel the effects of this line of storms and supercells, because the front slants all the way back to western Louisiana.
Okay, this isn't showing up other than a police officer ahead.
And so they're going to have Supercells in Alabama all the way up to 9 o'clock tonight.
So we still had a tornado.
Oh.
It's going to be over the north side.
Where's the wreck at?
There's no wreck. It just showed police here.
There's an ambulance right there. Look, oh, the car must be off the embankment down in the ditch. The car back here must have went off the embankment. Couldn't even see it, but the ambulance is highway patrol there. I can tell you what's in front of us. If you think it looks bad on the live stream, I can tell you based on the radar and what we're seeing, it is really, really bad. Most of the warnings and watches are right here in front of us. Okay, Lebanon, you're beginning to see this storm now too.
Tornado warning in east side of Clarksville. They've gone ahead and warned that area of strengthening rotation. There's a stronger rotation helping right now just off the west of I-24. Moving towards Cedar Hill, Springfield in northern Tennessee. So seek shelter and wait for those rolls that are to occur this morning. Okay, we're coming back over here in Cedar Hill and Springfield. There's strong rotation right now here right from our states. It's about to cross the interstate here in the next couple minutes. And that's actually going to be tracking to the north as well as well on the road.
How far are we at?
The normal lane of thunderstorms.
So we're actually moving into Middle Tennessee. This is our stomping area, so there's very few roads up here we don't know about and how to get around in.
More people are saying hello, and somebody said that air traffic is departing to the north.
Well, if air traffic in Nashville is diverting to the north, that would not be the direction I'd want to go in. It all depends on how high these storm tops are.
Oh, it's from Dallas, Fort Worth. That's
Oh, okay. But Dallas, you ought to be pretty much clear. But if you're headed to the east, it depends on where you're going. Is that Clarksville?
Iroquois, Illinois.
We're going to get this thing Clarksville, Tennessee. Terrific games.
Gonna have to stop at that Love's and Dixie, I guess. Yep, that dark sky in front of us is the mouth of the beast.
It's a 23 minutes.
So the cold front right now is behind us about 75 miles from our location here. Then it slants all the way down through Shreveport, Louisiana. So everything in front of the cold front, particularly Mississippi and Alabama, will not see most of the storms for at least another hour or so. But they'll be coming through Mississippi and Alabama and potentially slide up into Tennessee later this evening. But we're going to be back in Alabama as soon as we can clear Middle Tennessee. If we don't get under one of them here, we're going to be going straight down 65 into Alabama and get in front of all those cells that come through there. That's our plan, unless we come up on a tornado and have to stop to help out.
Tornado on the ground. Unfortunately, can't show you the radar data. There's no chasers that can see it right now, but you're gonna have to trust us. There's a tornado on the ground. Also, the storm was producing radar indicated hail greater than 3.0. Alabama.
Back over to radar. So this is Clarksville, Alabama. There is reportedly a large tornado in progress from a private radar site just off to the north of Town Creek. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from the wind. We're in this warning. It's just a severe warning right now, but it should be tornado warning. Going off towards Athens and Huntsville right now. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. The storm's moving currently to the east. Brendan Air, bottom right of your screen, is currently on the storm, and he's keeping a very close eye on it. And if he has anything, we'll obviously go to him. Reportedly, there is a tornado in progress here.
If you're in North Alabama, you heard it. You got a tornado on the ground. Probably going to go north of Huntsville.
South of Rogersville for reference.
Rogersville is to the west of I-65. It'll be moving to the north of Huntsville. Alabama's not tornado warned.
So yeah, if we have a tornado right now, this will be coming up on Wheeler Lake. One of the things I want to point out with this storm is if we have a tornado, which again sounds like we do via a private radar site, this tornado is going to be crossing over Wheeler Lake, which is like this large river. I'm going to take off the radar so you can see this. Alright, so if we take off the radar here, this tornado will be crossing over a lake. So it actually could be briefly kind of a water spout here near Freeman Acres going up towards Oliver, and that could actually kind of weaken this thing as it moves over the lake, especially if it spends a good amount of time over it. But even then, it's still likely going to be producing some level of rotation and probably a tornado threat all the way through Coxie and as well as going toward Athens. So be ready in Athens for a tornado. Again, there is a private radar site that is depicting a tornado here. This supercell honestly looks very organized too. It looks like a classic looking supercell right now. Very tight couple as well, just north of Portland. Let's see, Brett, there has
could be a significant tornado if it does manage to produce.
The update, Brett just said that there's a lot of rotation right now. Can't really see anything from this angle, but saying it's rotating like crazy. This back over west of Athens again. This storm is not currently tornado warned, but does have strong rotation just north of Portland. There's a prime radar site that's picking up on a tornado here near Rogersville. Cruising tennis ball size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
More people said hi, including from Denmark.
Glad to have you on board, Denmark. Glad everybody's joining us this afternoon. We're getting ready to get into some gnarly weather.
So there's two storms in Alabama. The other one looks more concerning, to be honest. They have issued a tornado warning for the one south of Florence, or Muscle Shoals, where there is a mezzo here going towards Layton, Town Creek, and Cortland. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I heard the private radar site is not on the Lake Erie radar packet. It's a private radar site. Like, there's one up here. That's not the one we're looking at. There is a radar site. We unfortunately cannot show the private one. It's like clearly not operated by the government or anything. And that one is showing a tight coupling back over here near Rogersville. So there is definitely some strong rotation. Looks like there's actually this storm over here actually might be one too.
Knoxville, you got some of the first tornado warnings this morning, or around lunchtime. But all this is headed your way. It's still, you've got a high potential of having a lot of bad weather over the next 2 hours.
Look at this. This is Florence, Alabama. We got a water rotating
Oh, wow.
out here on the southeast
Oh, look
side
at
of
that.
Florence.
So we're trying to get through this here,
Radar site.
and we're going to actually go to the south. We think the potential for a lot of supercells and tornadoes is going to be south of Interstate 40.
There's a tornado here. Northwestern Alabama.
The road network's a lot better too down there.
It's exit 126 that we're looking for.
Progress here, physical control going on right here, screen. It's going to go towards Attica in Indiana and as well as Hedrick in West Lebanon. I'll be seeking shelter in any of those locations. Hence, Judyville, same thing. This is again a live shot now in Florence, Alabama, where the water rotating along by here, just off the west of Huntsville. And rotation again is going from Layton, Town Creek, and Cortland, just southeast of Florence, and maybe dropping a tornado here at any time.
That was Vanderbilt. That's where I work, Vanderbilt. They just put out a code orange, which means all staff can't leave the hospital until given the okay by our managers. Apparently, there's a lot of severe storms in the area, and they're expecting either casualties. But anyway, they want the daytime staff to stay on duty until further notice. So they call us on our phones and give us those alerts. If you're on duty, you can't leave. If you're off duty and coming in, you got to call ahead and see if they want you to come in early. these storms are far from over today. So we're coming into Middle Tennessee in the United States. We're on Interstate 40. We're eastbound. Nashville is the next big city in front of us. We will not be going through Nashville. We don't chase in big cities, and we don't drive through big cities. Unfortunately, to get across the Mississippi River, we had to go through Memphis. Otherwise, we would have avoided going through Memphis. Glad to have everybody on board. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. We've got some really good video of several tornadoes we filmed in the last few days, including that Kansas tornado that was 2 miles wide. We're also going to post some better video that some of our side cameras caught of some of those storms in the next couple of days. So if you hit the notification, you'll know when we post those videos and when we go live. We're going to be out another week and a half. There's more storms coming this weekend into next week, but we got to get through these today first. We have posted some preliminary pictures of that 2 mile wide tornado Sunday. That was the largest tornado I have ever seen and that we've ever videoed. The Marion, Illinois EF4 tornado from last week is on there as well. They upped the classification on it Sunday to an EF4. That includes tornado genesis on that one. The actual tornadoes that came just south of Marion, Illinois, and then as we chased it through the suburbs of Marion, that's when we ran up on Creole Springs that just got hit by it, and it was devastated, and we had to stop chasing. And by that time it had jumped anyway. But we do have that posted, and you can see it. We got better video of it though that we will be posting later this week. Somewhere in this line in front of us is actually another storm chaser. But there's very few over here. They got caught on the wrong side of the Mississippi River, and I think most of them had to stop. Wrong place, wrong time. It happens all over.
Here just to the southeast Nashville, Smithville, or Taylor.
In 3 miles, it's up to 126.
No, give me the one. See when the next one is out. If I dig. Oh wow, look at that wall foot.
Right there. He's on the heels. That's starting to get about kind of great fun. That is great. I think we have one more here in a second. That's great.
The next one after that is 40 miles away.
So that's about an hour drive in Mississippi. And it's also very low visibility. Name it running for this workout. Now we're going to check the red.
Exit 163.
One.
63.
23 will probably also be more
The left is aggressive.
to be able to get in front of these North Alabama supercells here. That's our plan. We've got a route to get us there in time.
Alabama, so just looking at our supercell that is currently tornado warned near Tazewell Creek. It is now a Tazewell.
These storms in front of us are still warned, and we're going to keep an eye on them too, especially when we have to drive through them. Up the Tennessee River now. Everybody, glad to have you on board. We're going up here. We just crossed Tennessee River. We're in middle Tennessee, chasing these storms. We're going to gas up here in about 30 miles. Hopefully what happened to us won't knock today. Just as I finished gassing up and hadn't even taken the nozzle out of the tank yet, lightning hit the Love's gas station, blew the transformer, and we lost all our lights. But I think we literally heard the thunder before we saw the lightning. It was so close. I won't say something wasn't puckered when that happened. Where y'all at? Where's everybody at that's on the live stream now? Where are you from? like storms, you better subscribe to our channel. You got to go back and look at them tornadoes we got. Just this week, we got the Marion, Illinois tornado. They classified it EF4 with a mile-wide base. We've got the live chase from it posted. And then the Sunday night, we caught that 2-mile-wide tornado in Kansas. If they do classify it as being 2 miles wide, it's going to go down in the top 5 largest. But I don't think it's going to get more than an EF3 damage rating. I can tell you that one put chills. Made the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I was filming it. It was so big. Those pictures are posted too. We got better video once we can get the cameras downloaded. The videos downloaded and get them edited. We'll get that up this week. Far from taking a ride up here. We're going to get down in front of these supercells in Alabama. We're not far from the Alabama border. Tennessee is not that wide in most places. I think the widest place is like 102 miles or something like that. The Alabama border is only about 45 miles south of us, and all this bad weather hasn't quite got to them yet. No, tree down. Wow. Well, they better get somebody out here on that. I don't know if y'all saw that on live stream, but the right-hand lane was blocked by a tree down. $142. I'm sure they've got plenty of calls. It looks like several people already hit it. Besides, we don't want to overload the 911 system on the down tree. I'm sure they're pretty busy right now. Rear defrost. No, it turned off. It's on the right. Right of the research. You don't know, I get it.
I don't know. Oh, I know. Okay.
See, this last week has been a big week for storm chasing. We've got some really good shots of some really big EF4 and EF5 tornadoes. Well, I don't know if this last one's going to be counted as an EF5. But they said winds were over 200 miles an hour in it, and it could have been as wide as 2 miles. tornado better not hit Bucky's. That's the only Bucky's we got close to my house. Northern Alabama and Alabama all the way down south of Birmingham. You need to be ready for all these storms coming out of Mississippi. If you're in Mississippi, particularly East Mississippi, all these storms are headed right towards you down there. Talking about Tanner, Alabama, and like I told everybody earlier, Tanner is the only town in the country that's been hit twice by a full-scale EF5 tornado. It's right at the Alabama-Tennessee border in Limestone County.
What 60?
hit my Bucky. I'm gonna tell him. Closest Bucky's we got to us. Better not hit my Bucky. Don't mess my Bucky nut. I didn't send you that. Who sent you that?
It just came from you.
It couldn't have come from me. I'm driving.
I know, but it's coming from your phone. From your main phone.
No, it didn't. Look at who else is over getting that list. He sent it to me. It's from him. Okay, blocking my radar. Definitely got large rotation getting ready to go into Huntsville. Huntsville's getting ready to get hit by a tornado. Huntsville, Alabama, if anybody's in that area that's listening, you're getting ready to have a tornado go right over the city of Huntsville. Wow, look at that rotation.
Oh, wow.
If you're in Huntsville, and particularly north of Huntsville, you're getting ready to have a tornado go right over you. They say it's on the ground. We can see it on the radar. Illinois, you should be out of the risk area for tornadoes. Indiana, yours is winding down really quick. I think most of the tornado warning is going to be middle to east Tennessee, down into northern Alabama, Mississippi, and north part of Georgia in a couple hours.
Skittles says hi again.
What?
Skittles says hi again.
Glad to have everybody on board. The road network on the east side of 65 is going to be better than the west side for them to catch up.
Okay.
we're gonna stop up here and gas up in about 3 minutes. It won't take but a minute to gas up. Then we're gonna be back on the road. We're headed into Alabama to get ahead of all these storms. We may have to drive through a couple of them to get down there. That's why it helps us to have several different tornado weather radars going in the vehicle at one time. One gives us a broad view, and one we can see the couplets, the rotation. We can actually see that tornado of what they're seeing on the ground with the debris cloud going through Huntsville here in about 3 to 5 minutes. There's absolutely no doubt Huntsville's getting ready to get hit with a tornado. And it looks pretty big too. Don't hit the buggies. If it doesn't hit Buc-ee's, I'll give me some Bucky nuggets tonight. Take us a minute to gas up and we'll get back on the road. You got to keep a full tank of gas in here. There's been several times before we got up on a tornado storm to film the oh my God. Adam is coming. That's Vanderbilt University. They've already put our hospital the 3rd time today under tornado alert, and that was what that call was. We get, all the employees get notifications. I work in the ICU.
Once again, there is a tornado in progress right now coming up on a Pete's Corner going towards Oakland, just west of Huntsville.
Where'd it go?
It slid right here.
Exclusivity on YouTube is basically just the that's it. Riley, can you send me his link quickly? Give it quickly. No, I don't have his link. Is it on here? I don't have his thing. I'm gonna try to pull him up on here. Apparently somebody else has the tornado here. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, we got a huge tornado. This is what it looks like right now. This is live from Logan. Estridge, I need the link ASAP. All right, we got a link. This is the tornado right now. It's a huge cone. Huge cone tornado right there. This looks almost like a wedge. This is coming up towards Huntsville right now. You need to seek shelter again if you are in this tornado warning. It's a huge tornado right here, middle of your screen. Huge tornado right now, tracking into going towards Huntsville.
That is huge.
That is it. That looks like a wedge. That looks almost like a mile wide.
Look over here, they have a picture of the tornado on max velocity.
Okay, I was all here.
The tornado in Huntsville is almost a mile wide.
Looks like a huge tornado back there. Left side of your screen is that tornado.
We're gonna be good on the way back to Memphis?
Where are you going?
Memphis?
Yeah, it's clear behind you. Huntsville's getting hit right. Well, Huntsville's getting hit by a mile-wide tornado right now. It's on the ground in about 30 miles south of the state line in Alabama. I bet it was bad enough. Every one of those storms was tornado warning. Well, it dropped baseball-sized stuff just south of the interstate.
There's still a tornado on your screen right there.
You don't see it big when I found that 2 mile wide one in 2 days. And the Marion, Illinois ones on there, they just upped it to we have 4. And oh, this is a slow year. Yep.
Oh, I can't wait to tell my wife that.
Tell her to get a storm chasing with you. Yeah, we're actually live right now on YouTube. We're headed to Alabama.
Alabama. We have to open this list before it hits Huntsville.
Get the door closed. We're going.
Yep. You have to restart the car.
It looks like we have a big debris signature right now coming up.
Clear.
I knew Huntsville. I knew that was a big tornado going in there. Anytime.
Clear.
Is Reed up there?
Just drive through it. I'm guessing he's fine. It still looks like we have a tornado in progress in the middle. It doesn't look fully condensed anymore. It was much larger just a few minutes ago.
No, I don't know what they're looking at, but I still see rotation in Huntsville. If anybody's in North Alabama or Mississippi, you are still under the threat of a lot of tornadoes this afternoon. Huntsville's getting hit right now, and apparently that is a huge tornado. I saw it on radar before I got out to gas, and it was huge.
There it is.
Oh my God, look at that.
They've upgraded this to a tornado emergency. This is a catastrophic situation.
There is a huge tornado in downtown Huntsville right now.
Tornado emergency. This is a catastrophic situation right now going towards
When the Weather Service determines a tornado to be a tornado emergency versus a particular dangerous situation, that is, you better be underground. Look at the size of that thing.
Near Oakland, and it will be tracking the Indian Hills over the next few minutes. We have a big debris signature right now. Moving towards Oakland and Bradenton over the next few minutes, and it will eventually be going in the direction of Huntsville and Colonial Hills.
It looks like it may go skirt just past the north side of Huntsville, but this storm is huge.
25,000 people in this warning. This is a live shot right now of this
If you know anybody in Huntsville, tell them to get as low as they can in the house, and if they got a shelter, they better get in it. Look at the size of that.
That's the tornado there in the middle.
That tornado's got to be a mile wide or wider.
Yeah, he said it was a mile wide.
I do not blame Logan for keeping a safe distance from this.
Look at the structure on that thing. That supercell dropping that tornado in Huntsville, Alabama is gnarly looking. It's, oh, they done lost the fly feed. Oh my God, look how big that is. Where's he at? I know he's on the interstate.
There are over 220,000 people in this tornado.
He's on the south side of it. Looks like he's at a U-Haul place. Oh man. This thing's so bad that even the storm chasers videotaping it will not get near it.
Once again, tornado emergency for Huntsville. This is the highest level warning you can possibly have. We've had a large tornado over the last few minutes. There could still be a large tornado right down the middle of your screen. It's crossing over the highway. It's crossing over Oakland right now. And it's going to be coming up on Oakland, Bradenton town, and eventually it's also tracking the direction.
If you know anybody in Huntsville or east of Huntsville, they need to get in a safe place, particularly underground. I'm able to see the live feed from one of the other chasers, and this thing is huge.
This is extremely dangerous here in Huntsville.
We're getting ready to take a right up here, and we're going to be headed right down where this tornado's at.
We're going to start driving in, I think maybe towards it here. I don't know. This is
Man, oh man, oh man.
Are there good power flashes? I haven't seen it specifically. If there's power flashes, this is definitely down.
Look at that.
Driving towards this thing. All those people right now driving right towards this big tornado, by the way. What's going on out there?
I don't understand why people on the interstate and roads can see a big storm as bad as this one looks and keep driving right towards it.
Currently heading into Huntsville. It's going to be heading to the west side of Huntsville for the next 2 minutes.
There, did you see it? I saw it.
Yeah.
There it is.
This is what it looks like again on live radar right now.
It's a huge tube.
And the velocity scan has gotten stronger again. I think we had an occlusion and now a new tornado is dropping. And this is currently going to be going into the town of Rainbow, Oakwood, Indian Hills, and eventually Huntsville. Brandontown is also in the path of this. So this is a catastrophic situation. Again, this is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get for Huntsville.
Look at
in
that.
Alabama. You need to be underground. You can get there into a tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is an extremely dangerous situation if you are in Huntsville. It is a catastrophic situation. And if you have any friends or family in this warning, you need to make sure that they are aware of this. This is a very dangerous situation out right now for Huntsville. Left side of your screen will be where the tornado is. Go by some trees. We're going to keep an eye on it. Let me show you guys something real quickly. This is an alert that Every just got in the town. Every just got this in Huntsville. Everybody just got this. This alert just came through everybody's phone alert in Huntsville. Again, you need to be following these instructions. You got to be in your safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch at this point, because that's the only safe place you can be right now with this large tornado that is in progress that is going to be heading into Huntsville for the next few minutes. We got to hope this thing does not continue into Huntsville. But as of right now, a very dangerous tornado is moving into the town of Huntsville. Very populated area here, just south and west of Marainsville. Assuming this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be heading into the west side here, Highway 255, just north and west here of Huntsville. Logan, bottom right of your screen is still on this one. We're keeping a very close eye on this. This is once again a tornado emergency. It is the
hours for a turn.
It was 1.8 before I touched it.
That's the tornado very back there in the rain right now.
Can we,
I hit start.
Okay, his voice is laggy. He's in low signal. He said it may have lifted it up at some point. It might be on the ground again. I think that's what he's saying. I don't really know. But again, you gotta take this seriously. We do have a debris signature popping up again right off the west side of Indian Hills. So it does look like a new tornado
hit
has
their back
dropped
button and go back.
Again, I think it's lifted now. It's dropped again. It's on the west side of Indian Hills. It's coming up on Oakwood, Grove Park, and Brandon Town. Once again, there are over 200,000 people in Huntsville that are included in this warning. So if you have friends or family that are in this tornado warning, make sure that they are heeding the warning. Because we have already had a significant tornado near I-65, and it is still going. I don't think this meets PDF. I don't think this meets tornado emergency criteria right now, but assuming that this is still on the ground, again, we don't have a clear view yet of it, but assuming it is still on the ground, it's still a large tornado. This is an extremely dangerous situation for Huntsville. But I'm going to continue to treat this as if there is still a large tornado, because we also have one thing I want to point out here too. We actually have a storm coming out of the west that's nudging into our hook and as well as our strong inflow. And so as this nudger happens, this could actually continue as a significant tornado as it moves into the west side of Huntsville. So just keep that in mind. We could actually get a new tornado that drops here for the next few minutes as it moves into the north and west side of Huntsville here in Alabama. But I want to point out that if this tornado is actively on the ground, which we think it still is, it's going to be right now over the west side of Indian Hills, and it's moving up into Oakwood. Keep in mind, tornadoes can change directions. It can go further to the south, further to the east, further to the north, all that sort of stuff. So if you are in Huntsville or anywhere in the Huntsville area, you need to be in your safe place, because this tornado could literally be anywhere right now, or could go anywhere here over the next few minutes.
In 2.4 miles to get to 176
right now
for
on the west side of
840.
Indian Hills. It is currently tracking towards Huntsville. This is still a tornado
put this one
emergency.
up here
Once again, this is the
temporarily while I
highest
get
level
the other
tornado
one
warning we
working.
could possibly get. This is still a catastrophic situation, assuming we still have a tornado on the ground for those in the city of Huntsville in Alabama. I am honestly really concerned that if we don't even have a tornado right now, but we could get one here in a few minutes from this nudger back off to the west. This storm nudging into our
Oh my God, truck.
circulation could actually
Come on, people.
lead to another significant tornado. That's something I definitely would keep a close eye on here.
Need to get that right hand
To the
lane.
east. Logan's been in green, low signal. This is what Brett is looking at. I think it's further back to the west, though. Let me get his exact location. Yeah, Brett is a little further back to the west. This is looking also in the direction of this storm, though. Keep a close eye on him, too. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature anymore, but if we still have a tornado, it'll be over Indian Hills, excuse me, and it'll be coming up on Oakwood over the next few minutes. So if we still have a tornado, it's going to be coming up on Oakwood over the
Why
next
are
few
these
minutes.
guys pacing each other?
If you're in Oakwood, you need to be in your safe place.
Oh my God, people.
Once again, Oakwood, you need to be in your safe place right now. If the tornado's still on the ground, it's going right near town. Which is interesting. Hey, our main area of rotation will be this right here, just to the west of Huntsville.
Maybe there won't be as much traffic on 840. So we're headed into North Alabama. Several more supercells are coming through. Huntsville is either just got hit or about to be hit with a tornado.
Emergency for Huntsville right now. There are 427,000 people in this. I did not realize how many people it was. 427,000 people are here in this tornado emergency.
Oh my God.
That might be the highest tornado emergency number I've ever covered. Right, there's a private radar site for that signal. Once again, if you're tuning in, if we still have a tornado on the ground, it's going to come up into Huntsville.
on the ground in Huntsville.
Right there in the middle left, maybe. So this tornado, it's going to be over Indian Hills right now. Looks like maybe off to the left or something. So assuming that this tornado is still down, it's over Indian Hills. And it's going to come up on Oakwood and Brandontown. It looks suspicious off the last time.
So we're in Middle Tennessee. We're on Interstate 840. It's a bypass interstate way south of Nashville. We'll be up on I-65 where we can go straight into Alabama. Huntsville is just across the line, and it's currently getting hit by a tornado. Based on the radar that we see, there's several more supercells coming through Alabama out of Mississippi. That whole area is going to be ripe for tornadoes for the next 2 or 3 hours. Getting ready to put all of southern Mississippi and middle Alabama under a tornado watch. So you should see just any minute that you're going to be put under tornado watch. Well, they just issued it. Right now we're in Middle Tennessee. We're not far from the Alabama border. Tennessee is not very wide. At this particular area it's about 90 miles and we're way south of Nashville. So we're going to make a right turn right up here as soon as we hit I-65, and that'll take us right into Alabama and put us in front of all these other storms coming out of Mississippi and West Alabama. We're not sure if there's still a tornado on the ground in Huntsville, and I haven't looked at the radar myself. You need to look at the house right now. We keep having to check our video cameras at the house, security cameras. We've had 3 or 4 tornado warning storms go over to the house while we've been gone. We're from Middle Tennessee, and now we got a large hail core getting ready to go over. They had, huh?
Drying up from the last 3 months.
Fence cars are all here.
Yeah. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit, that's it.
show that tornado. Based on our radar, it still shows it being on the ground. I didn't tell you, we may have to drive through this severe warning storm that's got a hail core in it before we can get down around this corner down to Alabama. Mistake. They have not put Birmingham and southern central Alabama under tornado watch yet, but they're going to just any time. As this front and the supercells out in front of it get closer to Alabama, they'll put the tornado. Wow.
That was fun.
They'll put a tornado watch out. That bump back there kind of put us airborne for a second. We've actually got a trying to look at the radar here. Yeah, we got one developing around Amory, Mississippi. That's just developing. That's the one we'll be watching here over the next 30-45 minutes.
Oh, Birmingham is under the tornado watch now.
Okay, they just issued the tornado watch for the rest of Alabama, all the way down below Montgomery. or almost to Montgomery. So we'll be out in front of this line of supercells coming through Alabama out of Mississippi here shortly. Burger Planet's Balloon Club. Glad to have you all on board. Headed to Alabama right now. We're getting ready to get on I-65 here in Middle Tennessee, way south of Nashville, the city. And we're getting a tornado in Huntsville. We won't be able to get on that storm, but there's several coming out of Mississippi through Alabama. They just put up a new watch in Alabama, all the way down to Montevideo. Hey, knock that guy off. Knock that guy off. Brian, whatever. We're going to take care of that. Yeah, we're getting ready to take care of that. Brian, hit his name and knock him out. Did you do it?
Yep.
He's gone. Yeah, we got rid of that problem. He's gone. As soon as we flagged him, he'll probably be off YouTube here in about 30 minutes.
There's somebody else that would have YouTube.
But wait and make sure.
Look what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to put up with that on chat. We're getting rid of all of them. You're going to have to monitor. It's kids, teenagers get on there and do that. We've been warned about that by other people who's on YouTube. And once they get started, then they try to get all their friends on there, and they just pull that crap. Photo bombing, but they do it on YouTube. There, Brian, get rid of it. Get rid of it.
I did it.
He's still typing. He's got a new name. Brian Rizzo. He's under a new name. Brian Rizzo. Go to the bottom, knock him out. They go by, so they just on another name. It's irritating. We don't know who they are. They just get on a particular YouTube channel that's live and bomb it with all the racist crap. I got a lot of wind up here, but I got a lot of time. Get rid of him. How does he keep coming back? Knock him out permanently.
He came back under a new name again.
So just keep knocking him out. Get on this curve to get on 65, I gotta get out of the road.
What?
Got 15, got that. The wind's blowing a lot up here. Knocking. Big bad. How's he getting on there with the same name? Knock him totally out. Don't just leave him permanently.
They keep coming on faster than I can delete them.
I don't understand. Once you knock him off, he should never be able to get back on. Permanently. If you bring him up, then it's how long? Permanently.
Okay.
Not just that much. Jacob. No, that's okay. Knocking out one line at a time.
I did. I can only do it for 24 hours at a time.
Well, he's coming back on. Alright, we're not far. We're getting ready to get on I-65. finally were able to get him off. He kept changing his name just a little bit. But we generally have a moderator on there for us, but we're having to do it ourselves today. Just a bunch of teenagers. Ain't got nothing better to do. Take criticism for something that we can't control. We're headed into Alabama here shortly. They're going to keep bombing our channel until we get them all off.
Alright, this is Tornado just crossed over the highway over Highway 72. So Tornado just crossed over Highway 72.
I hate I had to see that stuff they were posting, but it's called YouTube bombing or something, where a bunch of teenagers get together, got nothing better to do, and they get on a channel that's live and just start posting that kind of crap. This tornado out to the east of Huntsville that's redeveloped is probably bigger than the one before Huntsville. So if you're in North Alabama, these cells that are developing in North Alabama, particularly around Florence and Muscle Shoals, are going to be very dangerous. What is this car doing? criticizing or they're saying something inappropriate, just knock them off. I'll shut chat down in a minute. Because I can't see them. Out there so strong.
How far are we from where the tornado that's supposed to touch down?
Right now, the one that's hitting Huntsville, we're about 35 miles. The storms that's coming through North Alabama that's developing and getting bigger, we'll be actually in front of them in the same time period. So we're going to be from Tennessee state line to Birmingham the rest of the evening, getting in front of these supercells. I understand it didn't hit my buckets. We're good on that. But that doesn't mean they're out of danger. I gotta get over here where there's some traction. We got a really bad crosswind coming from west to east across this interstate.
We're not allowing the N-word. These people popped up way too fast and too quickly to be able to get all of them. But we've been getting them off as soon as we've been able to.
So that storm you see in front of us, that dark storm, that is actually part of the storm that's hitting Huntsville. That's how close we are to the state line.
Never mind, it was one of them again.
You knock them off.
I just knocked him off again. He came back under a different name. First he said he was disappointed about seeing it, and then he said he killed your squirrels.
Yeah, kids ain't got nothing better to do. I tell you what.
Then there's a question, how long does a tornado typically stay on the ground?
It all depends on the size of the tornado, the strength of the supercell, and its ability to stay in contact. The one that we had the other night in Kansas, no, let me go back to the one in Somerset, Kentucky last weekend, was on the ground, I understand, for 50-something miles. That was the same supercell that dropped the tornado in Marion, Illinois. And the one that we were on the other night in Kansas dropped one initially south of Greensburg, Kansas, which was 50-something miles away from where we filmed it, just outside of Plevna, Kansas. It wasn't on the ground the whole time, but when these supercells start dropping, oh my God. See, we don't have to worry about tornadoes. We just got to worry about drivers like that that's going to take this lane, whether we want to give it to them or not. We almost got clipped by 3 trucks earlier today because they're going to take this lane whether we want to give it up or not. So anyway, how long they'll stay on the ground, I've seen them stay on the ground for just a mile or 2. I've seen them touch down and lift right back up. We've got a good example of that from the one we filmed last April in Iowa. The first one touched down and then lifted immediately right back up, and then a huge one came out of the side of the supercell that was over a mile wide, and it stayed in place for about 45 minutes. So you just never know. So just to let y'all know, to be on alert, we've got a lowering on this cloud right in front of us. It just came down. It wasn't there. I literally watched that lowering come out of that cloud. We're going to have to pay special attention to this one right in front of us. Let me look and see if...
Somebody's asking if this is I-65, if some of the trucks there are lunatics.
Yes, I'm on I-65 southbound.
Now this looks like a potentially intensified tornado right now.
But, you know, I tell you, it's not as bad here in this area as it is when we're over in Arkansas. I think Arkansas is the worst interstate that we ever drive on for that kind of stuff. We've been on interstates and driving rain where we couldn't do more than 35, 40 miles an hour because we couldn't see out the windshield. And if we can't see, I know they can't see, and they're at 80 miles an hour passing us.
Highway 65 just west of High Top. Substantial rain rack tornadoes in progress right now. Very dangerous situation. Just southeast Greenfield. At the minimum, we should get a
Southeast of
tornado right
Greenfield.
this, but I mean, I'm pretty sure this is right of emergency criteria.
And Natalie is on here saying right now.
Right now, progress here east of Huntsville. Story signature, we have a big tornado in progress right now. Just hit Jasper's Point, and it looks like there are multiple homes that were just hit by this tornado east of Jasper's Point.
Your mind will go in low.
Coming up towards Princeton. Yeah, there are a lot of homes. There's like a Scottsboro coffee shop over here too. And look at that. That is a debris. That's all debris right now in the middle of this.
Where's Princeton?
Not hail. That's not hail. That is literally a substantial tornado that's in progress right now. Over the east side of Mason, on Princeton, and also west of Nashville. This is a major tornado in progress. Bradley, that's not that good, Bradley. In fact, they've been updated. They have us updated morning, and it still says observed, which is shocking because this is definitely more significant than that. We have a huge debris fall.
We've got to watch that cloud right there in front of us.
Princeton has what's worse now being a mountain and around. So we get substantial tornadoes currently in progress here. This is going to be moving to the east northeast over the next several minutes. And
I
we
can't
mentioned
find that
in the
one.
direction of Bandytown, Skyline is still working.
Look at that
It is still showing that debris ball radar. CC update here. But CC signature is likely to continue to show a very significant tornado here. So if this doesn't make it to Princeton, oh my goodness, look at this debris signature. Even got bigger. It's even bigger right now. So, holy tree.
You said
This
east
is
of
a
Greenville.
major tornado in progress right now. Just to the west of Trenton.
South Carolina.
You are in this area, you need to be in your safe place. Get underground if you can. Get to a tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're anywhere in this tornado.
Just to show you how this line is working, we're on interstate right now that hasn't had a drop of rain on it. So this line is not, none of the storms has made it Huntsville. Well, now we're getting into a little bit of rain-covered highway.
How far are these storms supposed to go?
They're going to go all the way the East Coast, but by the time they get to Georgia, and after they pass the Appalachian Mountains, they're not supposed to be as intense. But if what I'm watching right now, it looks like there may be a tornado warning actually in South Carolina.
Then he's asking down to Birmingham.
Oh yeah, Birmingham just got put under a tornado watch. There's several cells developing in East Mississippi that's going to train right across Alabama between Montebello and the Alabama line at Tennessee. You won't be out of the path of this storm for a couple more hours. Every one of these little storms that we pass right here that's developing and intensifying, we got to be hyper vigilant looking at them, because any of these storms, the atmosphere is so primed for tornado development right now. Any little cell that develops and is able to intensify could drop a tornado. That's what we've seen going on all afternoon. Right now over North Alabama, if you're in North Alabama, these cells are just popping up everywhere and training across the north part of the state, and we're getting ready to start driving right into them. We're close to the Alabama-Tennessee border on I-65. So at 6 o'clock, they put a severe threat for tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds for the entire north part of Alabama and Mississippi. They haven't expanded it into Georgia yet, but I would assume that part of North some of this as well. I mean, when we can look up, or even if you're looking at a storm and you can look up and see visual movement, rapid movement in a cloud, that cloud has the potential of doing a lot. That means there's a lot of updraft and movement. If you see a dark cloud that looks like it's got dark cotton balls underneath of it, the cotton ball clouds or cumulus nimbus clouds indicate extreme instability in the cloud. This one right here, I wish I could. Next year we'll have this set up to where I can switch cameras so you can see a side camera. But this storm right here in front of us is an individual cell, and it's just north here of the Alabama border, and it's just blown up in the last 15-20 minutes on radar. But it looks really dark and nasty out to the east of the interstate. This storm here that you see above us, it literally developed over the last 15-20 minutes. That's how fast these cells are developing in southern and middle Tennessee right now, northern Alabama and northern Mississippi. We'll be chasing today all the way down to Birmingham and a little south if we need to. But we're going to just travel up and down this interstate getting in front of these supercells, especially if they're tornado warned.
Oh, it's not.
You think I was lying?
No, I just couldn't see it because of the trees.
Well, I said it was dark and gnarly looking over there.
It is.
Then you go, oh wow, it really is. Really? Really?
The trees were blocking my view earlier.
The good thing about the east side of 65, the road network is much better than it is on the west side of 65. Look at that.
That's a huge lowering too. In the center of it.
If you're in Fayetteville, Lincoln County, Lynchburg, Tennessee, this storm that just went over us on I-65 is headed right for you. It is really intensifying and wrapping up tighter. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't tornado warn that one. The dew point here in this area is extremely high right now. Russellville, Haleyville, and North Alabama, you've got some storms headed for you that are going to be extremely intense. They're coming out of Mississippi from the Amory area. Tupelo, Greenwood, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. You got large tornado type weather, large storms headed your way. These are all individual out in front of this front, cold front. They look like they're developing right up the dry line. The dry line's running from Corinth, Mississippi down into Louisiana. And it looks like these cells are popping up right in front of the dry line. Alabama, everything from north down to middle Alabama, you're not out of the woods for another hour or two. Particularly central Alabama, down to Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Aliceville, Demopolis. Got a crosswind going from west to east across this interstate right now.
I'm noticing that I'm getting stuff from different people and you're getting stuff from different people.
This is old.
Oh, that's old?
Oh yeah, mine stopped hours ago. Way back when you knocked those guys off, I haven't had anything since then. at that sun trying to come out there on the left. That's going to destabilize the atmosphere even more. If that's happening up and down this area before the next storms get in, look at them cloud tops. That's destabilizing the atmosphere even more and going to make it more unstable and allow the storms to intensify even more. It's called YouTube bombing or something like that. Where they get on there and just try to destroy a live stream. Kids got nothing better to do. I'm going to tell you, if this sun still tries to come out, and it looks like it is, boy, it's going to really destabilize the atmosphere here just in southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. There's no telling what we might see this afternoon.
Bad tornado went through Birmingham.
Who said that?
Doing work.
Who said that?
Doing work said bad tornado went through Birmingham.
Yeah, we saw it on our radar circulation, and the debris cloud was huge. Man, oh man, no wonder these storms are getting so big. Look at that blue sky in between those skies. That is really going to destabilize this atmosphere up here for these headed this way. Bag of corn. I hope that's what it was. must be more to the east. Or were you in Indiana? Or Ohio? Might have been Ohio. Man, these little storms. That sun trying to get through them clouds. Look at the cloud tops on them storms.
Are you familiar with the Kingsport area?
In which state? Tennessee?
Yes, Tennessee.
Tri-Cities area is what I call that area up there. I would think you're going to get these sooner than midnight. Let me look at the radar. Kingsport, you're going to get these in the next hour or two. Probably before, you see, you're on Eastern time. Well, that's right. You're an hour ahead, so I even then would think that you're going to get them more along 11 o'clock Eastern time. These things are moving pretty fast. They're already into London, Kentucky, and just above Knoxville already. So I would think you're going to get them in the next hour and a half. I would think by 11 o'clock these storms are going to be hitting your area. They won't be quite as bad as they were out to the west, but they still are going to be pretty powerful with hail and high winds.
They say their app is hardly ever right. That doesn't surprise them, but they keep looking out for.
I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have a local YouTuber or somebody there, a meteorologist at home that's doing the weather and monitoring the same radar that we are. Before I depend 100% on any kind of app, because we've got 3 radars in here. One of them's within 5 minutes or less. The other 2 could be 10 or 15 minutes off on Realtime. And if you see it on TV, it's already 10 or 15 minutes old. Unless they got a direct line into the Doppler feed, they're getting it from the Weather Service, and it's going to be 10 or 15 minutes old. Like I was telling some of them earlier, if we get within 10 miles of a storm with a potential tornado, our radar apps are almost useless except for one of them that we can see the circulation in the storm on. And and that one's pretty accurate. But we're still 2 or 3 minutes behind on getting the live feeds. And them storms in Huntsville,
They probably do, but they have no idea who it would be. It did say they are under a tornado watch.
yeah, they've extended the tornado watch all the way through eastern Kentucky and eastern Tennessee down just north of Atlanta. So now part of Georgia is under a tornado watch. Man, I can't believe these skies are... I haven't seen blue sky since 2 days ago. And for that to open up there and the sun come through, that's going to really destabilize this area. We can tell the dew points out here is in the 70s. And if we've still got 3,000 plus joules of CAPE, we only need 1,000 joules of CAPE and high 60 dew. Oh, there, look at there. See it? So we got this storm in front of us, you see, out to the left of the car. It's got a small wall cloud that dropped down out of it. I don't think, based on the radar, that one's going to be tornado-ish anytime soon, but it could be out to the east in another 30 minutes or so. That could be, look at that. Man, I'm convinced that these storms coming out of Mississippi that's coming through North Alabama and Central Alabama right now, that when they hit this environment over here, I'm pretty sure they're going to be dropping tornadoes.
The fog coming out of the mountain.
It's going up.
Yeah.
That's ground fog from the dew point being too high. So where is this coming out from the right of we're getting ready to hit several small storms here along I-65. All that's popped up in just the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. Look at that in front of us up there. Look at the structure on that storm. This storm here has the potential. Look at it. You can see the full structure of it right there. storm at the horizon line just above the trees, it's got a lot of potential based on the radar.
Another possible tornado in Huntsville.
Yeah, I think it's this one right here in front of us.
Nope, no more pretty blue sky.
This one right here in front of us has got some potential. And this is just one of about 6 I see getting ready to cross I-65, with another half a dozen or more behind them.
Skittles says the rain is so peaceful.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see the sun come out again in just a minute. Just looking at radar. Man, it is humid out there.
Extremely. Car got sticky with
Anywhere near Haleyville, Alabama, you're probably getting hit by a pretty heavy storm right now, but you got another one coming in behind it. It's probably going to be even worse. all these storms I'm talking about that's going to hit Haley will be crossing I-65 up here in about 45 minutes. Actually, this last scan of that Haleyville storm, it looks like it's wrapping up into a supercell. If that's the case, and it's coming into this unstable environment with all these dew points as high as they are, by the time it gets to 65, it's going to be a monster supercell. Because when you're driving in rain, and if there's not a lot of cars on the highway, you've got less chance of hydroplaning or getting airborne in the fast lane on the inside than on the outside. If you'll look in the live stream, you'll see ruts on the right-hand side lane, because most cars drive in that lane and it creates ruts and it pulls rainwater in them, and you've got a higher chance of hydroplaning in the outside lanes than you do on the inside lanes. So my lane looks really dry. I mean, it's wet, but it's kind of a dry wet. On the right-hand lane, both of the ruts where the tires have been going look like they've got water in them. So if there's nobody around you and nobody's trying to pass you, you should stay on the inside lane. You've got better chance of controlling your car in that lane. We're not even driving the speed limit. So I'm still 10 or 15 miles an hour over the speed limit here. We don't speed on roads. We drive 15 miles under the speed limit. And even on the ones out in Oklahoma and Texas and all, that's 80 mile an hour speed limits. In this kind of weather, I barely go over 60. And that's if the roads look good. There's just no reason. I'm not going to kill myself driving to a storm. And you'd be surprised how many near misses we have of people who do want to drive crazy in the middle of a rainstorm. So, I was talking the other day on the live stream, if we took all the video where we've had near misses, I could make a video just of how crazy drivers are out there on the road, including that semi behind us, that literally we were right up on his back of his semi when he decided to take the inside lane and barely gave us 2 blinkers notice that he was going to do that.
Yes, Skittles, like that truck earlier.
I tell you, we'll put about 40,000 miles on the road this year, which is about 3 times what normal people put. Generally, you'll put 10 or 12,000 miles a year on the road. So last year we put 45,000 miles on the road, and like anything else, the more you do it, the more chance at some point you're going to end up, having an accident. So far, we have had no accidents, and I haven't lost a windshield to hell yet. So, but with that said, I don't want to call myself a professional driver, but I've been through a lot of driving programs because I was a paramedic, and we had to take large ambulances and put them in a what we call a power skid sideways on a wet training asphalt area, and be able to learn how to bring that unit back out of that slide. So we do one power slide sideways, then we do a spin, and they teach us how to bring the vehicle back into control on both a sideways slide and in a spin out situation. So I've had to take that course, professionally, that was required several times I've been driving emergency vehicles for a very long time. I was a paramedic at 19, so it's been a long time and that I've had to drive emergency vehicles. And you really learn not to watch out what you're doing. You really got to watch out what everybody else is doing. The left lane is safe to drive in. The right lane has ruts in it, and water tends to pool in the ruts on the right lane. Now where we're at now is new asphalt. We're in Alabama now, it's new asphalt. And so you don't have that problem. On an older highway like back in Tennessee where we were, or now that we're not on new asphalt here in Alabama, you can kind of see the ruts have a little bit more water in them in the outside lane than on the inside lane. And that's just because more people drive in the outside lane, as does large trucks, and it creates ruts in the asphalt. So anytime you have hazardous stuff like water on the highway, if there's nobody on the road with you, you should be driving in the inside lane. Now, if I get to a point where I see water in this lane again, I'll go back to the center lane because it's safer to drive there. I know what the rules of the road are, but still, under different circumstances, including snow, I'll drive in the inside lane on snow because I'd rather have snow and ice, you know, with ice underneath it, but packed snow is better to drive in on the inside lane than being in the outside lane if a bunch of cars has cleared ruts. What's happening is that water is refreezing as ice, and you're more apt to be driving on ice on the outside lane than driving on fresh packed snow on the inside lane where you have more traction. Just things you learn both professionally and if you study driving in hazardous situations. You know, you can just watch people in snow. If they're driving on lanes that's got two clear paths, they're driving on ice, and eventually you'll see them spin out, lose control, or end up in the ditch. And another thing on 4-lane highways that we were taught is if you're on a 4-lane highway that is not an interstate, where you've got side roads coming into that 4-lane, you're actually safer driving on the inside lane if there's not a lot of cars, because if somebody runs a stop sign on one of them side roads or is not paying attention and pulls out into that outside lane, you've got more time to react.
What state are we in?
We're in Alabama. We're only about 15 miles north of Huntsville right now. We're on I-65 southbound. Out to our left, trying to watch that's coming in from the right side of the green, because they're building up, particularly that one's coming through Haleyville right now. So this storm, it just come through Russellville, Alabama, is getting ready to cross the interstate up here in about 20 minutes. I can see the cloud tops like here where the sky is clear enough you can see cloud tops and the sun is trying to get through. That just shows you how unstable this atmosphere is in this area.
Skittles wants to know how long we think we'll be live tonight.
Probably for another hour, at least another hour to 2 hours. We're going to be going all the way down to Birmingham, which is another 75, 80 miles in front of us if need be, because these storms that are coming through kind of at the cold front is at an angle. Let me look. So the cold front's coming. The dry line goes from Corinth, Mississippi, all the way down in a curved shape into Louisiana. These storms are going to fire up along that dry line and come through Mississippi into Alabama. And as long as they're going to do that into Birmingham, we're going to be live tonight. And that's going to take probably another at least 2 hours, maybe 3. So the further north you are, the sooner your storms are going to be over with. And even though North Alabama's getting hit pretty bad right now, by the time they finish, South Mississippi is still going to be getting thunderstorms because of the way the front is taking a hook down towards Louisiana.
Skittles said they'll definitely stay around to see what happens.
Yeah, this ain't over with yet. We're now back in the prime area for these storms to develop and intensify. The dew point down here has got to be in the mid 70s. Thing's going to delay us, and it's not going to delay us because the storms aren't here yet. We will stop at Bucky's down here to gas up and take a quick break, but we'll stay live, and then we'll be right back on the road to get in front of this one coming through Russellville and Haleyville right now. Because we got about 30 minutes or so before they cross I-65, and it looks like they're getting pretty intense. Canada. We had somebody the other night from Canada on our live feed. So on the live feed, you can actually see the structure of that one directly in front of us and to the left. When you can see the top of them and the fact that they're still building, for storm chasers, that's a good thing. Hopefully no tornadoes will develop. It hits any populated areas. But Alabama, Tennessee are all populated areas, and we can't see as much because of the trees. A lot of people don't realize more people's killed in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee every year than out in Texas, Oklahoma, and Nebraska. The other thing I mentioned earlier, and I don't know if everybody was on here, but right here where we're at, we just passed the area where we'd get off to go to Tanner, Alabama. Tanner, Alabama is the only town in the United States that's been hit by 2 EF5s, and it's in Alabama. It's not over in Tornado Alley. That's why they call this the second area, and they call it Dixie Alley because of how many tornadoes, and particularly in the county we're in, Limestone County. Back in 2011, 2 tornadoes hit Coleman, Alabama. One of them was a storm that hit Tuscaloosa with that EF4 in 1974, the day of the killer tornadoes, where there was over 300 and some tornadoes in, I think it was a 30-hour time period. There was a town here just off from Huntsville that got hit by 2 tornadoes within an hour. Took a direct hit on both of them. If you've never heard of the Rainsville tornado, Rainsville, Alabama, there's a documentary on that storm.
3 miles.
Okay. All right, we're almost 3 minutes from Buc-ee's. We're gonna have to fill up real quick. Y'all can see the lightning out in the distance on that storm right there that's building and coming into the area. But if you haven't, there's a documentary on the Rainsville, Alabama tornado. I forget how many it killed, but they said it was the forgotten EF5. They only rated that an EF3, but it killed 37 people in Fort Payne, Alabama area before it went up north of Chattanooga and killed another 8. But you don't hear about that one as much. And that one was only about 12, I think it was in 2013. But they've got so much video, so many people videotaped that tornado that they included it all in the documentary, and literally they tracked that tornado all the way into Tennessee from Alabama. You can still go up to Sand Mountain north of Fort Payne and see the damage path of where it cut through those 2 mountains up there.
It's the next exit on
Hopefully an absurd tornado by emergency management.
Where?
Brett called it in. No, Brett actually was right on. So apparently Brett had a tornado. I mean, it must have been. I guess this is producing a tornado, or at least has briefly. I don't see a debris signature or really a tight couple on radar, but there's at least some sort of tornado that just dropped here. Once again, just off to the southeast of Woodville. Have an upgrade to confirm going towards Langston section, eventually going towards Rainsville, Sloan near Dutton, and long-term going towards I-59. Valley Head will see the map of this.
Thank God that last storm spared Buc-ee's. We're going to gas up real quick and we're going to get right back on the road. That storm south of us right there is building up. And then we've still got that storm from Haleyville and Russellville headed this way.
Skittles wants to know if that was the documentary that they just put on Netflix.
No, this is an older one, but to me it's the most detailed one about Rainsville.
New tornado warning just south of Huntsville.
It was in Joplin, Missouri, she
We got
thinks.
another strong area rotation.
Oh no, I heard about that, but I haven't seen that one yet.
We have multiple super
Somebody, one of the chasers night before last was telling me about it. He was actually there for that tornado. I talked to some of the medical people that was at the hospital that day, and in the operating room, it flung all the doors on the operating suites open, ripped some of them off their hinges, took out the generator for the hospital, and they had to finish surgery with flashlights.
It was sad.
I tell you, I've seen that tornado videos of that tornado. That thing was massive. It looked like the Moore Bridge Creek tornado of 1999 almost.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, I have an update on our section back in Mississippi. It looks like all these storms have been undercut by some sort of boundary. So you can kind of see this line right here where there's a bunch of just random stuff on radar in between our storms in the open air. I was thinking
Ain't got time to get any Bucky nuggets,
Clear.
beaver nuggets.
Thank you for the update. Thank you, Rebecca, for talking to memberships. So back to live radar. Again, we had a confirmed tornado moments ago back over near Grant. Once again, Brett Adair's on this. Brett may have this, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, back.
Y'all see that storm in front of us? That's part of the storm that went through Birmingham. Look at that.
The updates that are power flashes right now. There is a
That's the back side of it.
currently near Langston. And it's going to be heading towards Section. Well, so if you're in this area, seek shelter. He has some low signal. We'll try to refresh this here. So there's a tornado in progress here. And there are reports of power flashes going towards Langston Section in Alabama.
We've never been to the Sevierville one yet, but they are huge.
Low signal. We'll go back to him in a second. Again, this tornado is on the ground, and reportedly by Brett Adair, moving in the direction of Langston Section, Dutton, to seek shelter. We have multiple other storms behind this rotating as well that can also produce tornadoes here soon. Near New Hope and Highway 231, tracking to the east-southeast. So again, be in your safe place if you are in this general area. We have a slew of tornado warnings right now, just south and east of Huntsville. Here, that's near Sampson now in Tennessee, looks awfully concerning. Velocities have gotten really tight, and this could literally drop a tornado at any moment, come up on Mount Crest near Pikeville. Same thing for the one near Rockwood. That one's been pretty strong. That's going up towards Harriman, which is more populated. If you're in Harriman, you need to be in your safe place, going towards Kingston. This is also a dangerous storm.
Oh, where'd that come from?
It just like all of a sudden.
I
started
know. I was
pouring.
sitting there, and all of a sudden I heard something, and I looked over, and it was storming.
Yep.
On this string point just southeast of Huntsville, which will be now located near Gunter's Lake. It's going to be come up from Scottsville over the next, or Scottsboro, excuse me, over the next several minutes.
Clear. Yes. Clear. And you're clear again. Still clear. Clear.
Well, I gotta wait until.
Oh, there's a storm chaser in front of us.
Maybe. you're in Knoxville, Kingsport, Tri-City area, all this has moved your way, and you've got all the tornado warnings up on East Tennessee now. So we're going to get on the interstate and go south. We're going to probably get off either at Priceville or at Hartselle on this big cell coming out of Russellville, Alabama. Look at that. You can actually see a break in the storms over there. That ain't good, really. Look at that sky above us. This is where they're coming into this area. This area is what's causing them to get so big. The instability right here is off the charts right now.
Skittles is saying that it's still saying it's 11 o'clock that it's going to hit their way.
I don't think you got that long. I know you're an hour ahead and it's 9:15 there, but I think they'll be there before 11 o'clock. Not a meteorologist, just by experience. If I was targeting those storms, I'd say they'd be in the Kingsport area by 11 o'clock. Thing is, sometimes these things pick up speed as the front moves east. If they're basing the speed on back in West Tennessee, it could certainly have changed by now, and they could be moving faster out to the east.
They make these places so dark.
Man, that sky up there. I can see better on the cameras than I can with our naked eye, so we can see the sky on the cameras, but we can't see it. To us, it looks just dark up there.
And it said that there's a tornado warning in Skittles area now, question mark.
Getting ready to be. If you've got a radar program on your phone, take a look at it. All the tornado warnings in Tennessee, except for, well, all of them's over almost into Knoxville and north of Knoxville. We got something going on up here.
I think the biggest thing within the storm chasers like right there right now is like they're literally alone. If we go back to radar here,
We may have a wreck right here.
There's a river that divides them between going and continuing to chase the storm. It's a huge river.
Turn my bar light on.
Your bar light?
Yep. The bottom, the back. Back.
Back up?
Oh, the back.
Camera.
It is very difficult to keep up with this, but I mean, on this, there is apparently a tornado in progress, at least within the last 10 minutes, you reported a tornado with power flashes, and it may still be on the ground. Assuming it is still on the ground, it actually might be a water spout now.
I'm not sure what we got up here, to be honest with you.
Object in the road reported 6 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, 6 reports. I wonder what the object is. It's big enough that it's causing a traffic jam.
Well, because police officers up here trying to get it out of the road.
Back to Operator, we got 10 tornado warnings. We got a new one back over north near Lafayette. This is over in Georgia. Rotation's actually in Alabama right now. It's not tornado work here, but rotation's moving towards Highway or Interstate 59 towards Highway 157, just to the south of Trenton. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and out the lowest floor possible. We will likely see a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service here, Huntsville, I believe it is, in the next few minutes, because there is rotation here, currently moving in the direction of I-59. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think this tornado warning was actually, or this tornado was actually on the ground on the Alabama side a few minutes ago. About 3 or 4 radar scans ago, there was a very faint TDS correlated with a drop in CDR. It has since lifted, but go ahead and keep the warning. I do news read that there will be an additional warning issued for this on the Alabama side.
There are the updates. So back over north of Ida, that looks like where the tornado was.
Okay, so this is a supercell coming out of Mississippi, crossing Interstate 59, that they're going to put a tornado warning on that's moving into middle Alabama. Let me see who's in the front of that
The
thing.
biggest concern is tornadoes right now with these southern storms. We have multiple storms still rotating here just southeast of Florida, south of Clarksville.
You're letting
One of the
my
more
hair out and
concerning
we're
ones
gonna
is the
fall
one that is
good.
east of Spencer, where we have a very tight area of rotation north of Mount Crest that's coming up under the village at Indian Rock Lake. And there could be a tornado with this. We do not fully know yet if this is on the ground, but it could be at any time. It is a very strong area of rotation.
Okay, this is headed,
Be a strong tornado. So you need to seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from the
What is
windows
that?
and get on the lowest floor possible as it approaches.
This is headed towards Harrison.
Zone and just south of Crab Orchard. All right, so seek shelter again in that warning.
It's going to go south of Haleyville,
Area of rotation though is strong
towards Natural Bridge,
but it has been strong at times.
Double
It's
Springs.
going towards Sweetwater. It is still discreet. It has an inflow, and as long as it stays discreet, there will be a concern here for a tornado. And then west of Knoxville, we have a tornado warning out of this discrete supercell that's now moving into Harriman. This rotation has brought up a lot over the last few minutes, so that is not nearly as concerning of a storm. And a big line of
Okay, we've got rotation on this storm that just crossed into Alabama.
We got two large areas of rotation, one of which is going towards Anita.
It's going just north of Detroit,
in northern Tennessee. And honestly,
just south of,
tornado warnings, even though they're
I think it's Hamilton,
tornado threats, definitely something
and just north of Brilliant, Alabama.
Jellicoe and Clinton.
We've got rotation on the radar. I can see it on my radar as well.
And back up in Kentucky, we got a line of storms right now moving across southeastern Kentucky. Damaging winds is the biggest concern, but we have multiple areas of rotation.
How big
One
can
is
this
currently
thing
located
be?
near Livingston.
I don't know. Another
Well,
utility
but-
truck just pulled up with a
but
police
no.
officer.
So that's
Look all the way past it.
Right now, we have severe weather still ongoing.
No,
Back over
leave it there,
in,
just
Mississippi,
scroll
it's
down.
mainly just a line of storms right now, not really tornadic
Is there a
anymore.
wreck down there?
Canton
No,
and
it's just
Jackson.
yellow.
And then back over here, right along the Mississippi and Alabama border, it's mostly a wind threat. This is all along an outflow boundary. Some hail is also possible. Additionally, we have a damage report that just came out of Evergreen, Mississippi, that there's a large tree down in the corner of Dorsey Evergreen Road in the McMaster Road.
No wreck, it's just that object in the road.
This warning is still a confirmed tornado. Again, we don't know if there's a tornado still on the ground here, but if there is one, it's coming up on Section, Dutton, and eventually going towards Rainsville. So for this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Again, Brett Adair is on this. Looks like he is.
Rainsville.
Most directions here.
Rainsville is that town I told you about, that serious.
Oh, everyone's merging into the left lane. That's what the slowdown is.
There's some rain. I think his audio is currently out. Still very windy, very low visibility right now here on this tornado warning cell. This is still a confirmed tornado, at least according to the National Weather Service. But there's really high winds. This is in the Hook Echo. And big RFD surge here, right on the north side of Langston. Maybe the river.
Okay, turn that back light off so I don't fly back
Jen,
up.
local news is saying several storms rotating around Indianapolis.
I don't think so. Could be. I don't think so. But could be.
I mean, we technically had a tornado risk up here, but the SBC actually just released the latest SBC outlook. Let me go to that. Go to SBC outlook. That was just come out for the rest of tonight. Threat that remains. All right, so we have an enhanced risk of severe weather still in place. That includes Tennessee, Alabama, and as well as Georgia, mainly around Knoxville, back into areas like Huntsville, as well in Alabama, near the Atlanta, Georgia metro area as well. And then the marginal threat still extends back up towards Indianapolis, where isolated damaging winds is really the main concern.
Okay, central Alabama, this storm is intensifying. It's coming out of Mississippi.
Discrete supercells
Still got rotation on it. We don't see a debris ball, but there is rotation.
Tennessee. And then a low tornado risk still exists everywhere else. We actually have a 2% back over there near Indianapolis, but I don't think we're
Are we all close to what?
Hold on just a second, people. What is that?
And also the southeastern.
Oh,
Oh, a
we,
tree in the road.
we got trees down. Tornado came through here.
The damn G1 tornado.
This is where the Huntsville tornado come through. Look at these trees. Both lanes of traffic is blocked from trees blown down by that tornado that came through Huntsville. Wow. Wow. Those were some huge trees that blew down.
There's
Looks
more
like
right
there
here.
looks like there are more right here. Yep, more trees down.
That was pretty wide of a tornado.
That was a big tornado. Look at all the trees that are down. This is a debris path of the tornado that come through Huntsville earlier. So they're right, there's debris in the road.
Skittles.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. We don't like trees in the roads. The reason we've got Spud 2 that we're in is because Spud 1 bit the dust last February the 9th in the panhandle of Florida when a huge oak tree fell down in front of us. We've got that video posted on our YouTube channel. Good thing I saw it at the last minute and veered to the left because we took it down the left side, still totaled the car out. 2 cars behind us hit that big tree that was probably 2.5 feet or more in diameter head on. Before it was over with, 4 vehicles in less than 15-20 minutes, we were all sitting there with totaled out cars. But I had the camera going that actually we had stopped chasing. That was the same morning that Panama City got hit with a tornado, because it was like 5:30 in the morning. I was near my hometown and was going to go in to get donuts from my favorite bakery down there, and 10 miles north of town we hit that tree. And if you watch the video and want to know how did I miss a tree, watch the video. You won't see that tree. Even the fact that I had bar lights on in front of my vehicle is supposed to give me 1,000 feet of visual. The tree was so dark we didn't see it till the last minute. So another safety thing I do, the airbags went off in the front seat, but being a paramedic, I've seen as many injuries from airbags as I have from other things. I sit far enough back, the airbag stopped a half an inch from my chest. I do not sit up on the steering wheel. Those airbags come out at 300 miles an hour, and even though they're only inflated for a split second before they deflate, if you're sitting right up on top of them when they come out, I've seen broken jaws, I've seen broken wrists, abrasions on both arms, abrasions on the chest, broken ribs. So I sit far enough back from the steering wheel that hopefully I won't get hit. The airbag literally never impacted me being able to guide the car off the road to a safe place because it stopped an inch in front of me. Little things. My kids hated the fact that I was a paramedic because I never would get them a swimming pool, but I pulled too many kids out of a swimming pool. So there wasn't going to be a swimming pool at my house. Okay, right in front of us, we got a storm getting ready to cross the interstate. It's the one you can see the lightning in.
It's a discrete cell. It's
There's two more right behind it. The two behind it, one of them is tornado warned. Oh wow.
That was
Okay, we may not make it down. Let's see how close we are to these. We're gonna try to make it down to Hartselle and get off at that exit. This has got very intense ground, cloud to ground lightning in it. You'll see it off to the right as it comes into the interstate here. This thing's going to be really intense when it comes across. It'll give you an example of how these things, how intense these storms are that's coming through middle upper Alabama right now. The two behind it are even bigger. Man, look at that light.
I see it.
I hate to admit it, but I love lightning, as long as it's not hitting me.
Yeah.
Especially spider lightning. I don't like cloud to ground as much as I do the cloud to cloud spider lightning. If you subscribe to my channel, go look at the Broken Bow, Oklahoma tornado that I set through. Probably in 10 minutes on that video, you're going to see hundreds and hundreds of cloud to ground lightning strikes within a mile of me until the tornado actually passes just to my left about 400 yards, and it was an EF3 that had just killed 3 people to the south of me in Idabel. That was a nighttime tornado. Couldn't even use the radars because there's no radar coverage below 15,000 feet in that part of Oklahoma. It's just north of Dallas. Oh wow, look at this light. People, this is going to be intense. We're going to find a good place to get off up here. So we're going to be in Hartselle, Alabama area, right at I-65. You're getting ready to see some pretty intense cloud to ground lightning. I can't remember if I have to cross the Tennessee River first though. So we got 3 or 4 of these storms right here coming through. One of them is tornado warned coming out of Mississippi. There's one. So we're crossing the Tennessee River. We will get off probably at the next exit and wait this storm out as it comes over us. I don't see any rotation in this one, but lots of lightning. If you watch the video from the Kansas tornado Sunday night that we intercepted about 11:30, at nighttime, if we know there's a tornado on the ground, we migrate towards where the most lightning is because that's where the tornado is going to be. And you'll see that same thing occurring with that 2-mile wide tornado in that supercell Sunday night that we intercepted and filmed. That live feed is still up. Go to the last 60 minutes of the live feed and you will see the chase on that tornado, and we barely got around it to get on the south side to be able to video from the south so we could see it. I think it passed, we probably went down that road, and it passed 3 or 4 minutes after we went down the road right behind us. But we got to the small town we were headed to, made a quick turnaround and faced back north, and was able to film it right in front of us. That was the biggest tornado I have ever seen. Almost, Lou, that was some lightning. Guys, this ain't a movie. This is the real McCoy here. I still don't see any rotation on this particular storm on the radar. It doesn't mean it couldn't intensify and drop some. But the one right behind it has a high potential. If you want to know exactly where we're at, we're just passing the Decatur, Alabama exit here on I-65. We're trying to get down here to Huntsville, which is just south of here, where this storm's going to pass by. Hartselle. we can find a place to get away from these lights.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
A brand new observed tornado warning. So this will continue for northwestern Alabama. It's near Sloan, Valley Head, Waynesville section. So seek shelter for this warning away from windows as long as more possible. It's a broadcast media confirmed tornado here. So seek shelter here in this warning. This is currently moving to the east-southeast. And once again, it's really hard to even know where this is. We really don't know where it is. It could be anywhere here. Let's see where it says on the report. I'll see if it actually has any information here. It says it's located over section. So this tornado will be over section right now, moving to the east-southeast. And as I've just mentioned, as we talked about a few minutes ago, there's a radar outage.
Sirius wants to know what's our location.
We're at Huntsville, Alabama. It's exit 328 off I-65. We got this storm coming in with all this cloud-to-ground lightning. And then we got another one right behind it that's bigger than this one. And then right behind it is the one coming out of Mississippi. And looking on the radar, we've got a small hook and a hail core in it.
Huntsville was not on my bingo card for today to have a tornado emergency. I honestly didn't think we were going to have a chance at anything tornado emergency-wise today. Shout out to Dark for the PayPal donation, Ansels Patrick for the PayPal donation. Also Samantha for the Venmo.
Where did he say that storm just passed over up here?
Alright, I'm drawing a line. You're anywhere west of it. You're good.
Preston?
If you're to the east of it, you're still at risk of damaging winds, hail, and possibly a tornado emergency. So continue to stay weather aware. We have an entire line of storms that is currently coming into eastern Tennessee now, coming up on Oak Ridge, Clinton, and I-75 over the next several minutes. Mainly a damaging wind risk as of right now. There is a little bit of rotation still near Huntsville. We got a little inflow coming into the storm. And I hope there's definitely still rotation here. We can definitely still get a quasi-linear convective system tornado, which means a line of thunderstorms that can produce a tornado.
Is that just north of the tornado warned cell, east of Huntsville?
No, when we passed those trees that was down across the interstate, that's where that tornado crossed the interstate headed to Huntsville. So it looked like it was about not quite a half a mile wide.
We got a lot of thunderstorms
We're right here. He's
and
talking about this cell.
the one that's headed into Georgia, that's over near New Hope and Owens Crossroads near Grant, and going into Section and Sylvania, we're not over there. I'm familiar with that area. That's the exact same area I was talking about, the Rainsville tornado of 2013, 2015, somewhere in there. This is going right through the same area.
Tornado threats low for the time being, but the cycle of tornado threat could grow as it's heading to Knoxville over the next 2 minutes. It's a live shot right now in Knoxville, Tennessee. The radar mega cyclone program at that bottom right of your screen. Crazy, not really much lighting in this storm, to be honest. The camera that's in Oak Ridge, bottom middle of your screen, actually has quite a bit of lightning. Not seeing a lot of lightning right now from Knoxville, but we should start to see that lightning uptick here fairly soon as this storm continues moving to Knoxville. Moving east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour, about 40 miles per hour. And we'll be in Knoxville.
That little lady up there knows
Hey, Brian, a couple members.
they got a tornado in the area.
Sirius just wanted to get a fix on our location from the cells.
So if you look at the cells, if you go straight down 65 and you see Hart cell, we're sitting right on I-65, looking to the south. And we got this other cell coming in. We may have to move down to Falkville here in a minute. We may actually even go down as far as Coleman to catch this one coming in out of Mississippi.
Going in the direction of Dalton. That is currently moving to the east towards Dalton and I-75. We still have a confirmed tornado warning near Section and Slovenia, moving towards Rainsville. We still have a tornado.
Sylvania.
It's located right about here along Highway 35, moving in the direction of Rainsville and Pine Ridge and Interstate 59. This is still a confirmed tornado
I think that's
during the broadcast
right there.
media. Hey, Leo, for the sewer chat, what's for dinner? I have no clue, but I am hungry. Hey, Kate, for the sewer chat. Hey, Huntsville, I mute local. You are about 5 minutes ahead. Bring on the weather studio. Thank you. We are going to have the weather studio. It's not going to be like a huge studio. I mean, it's going to be slightly smaller, or slightly larger than what we're in right now, which is pretty small.
Okay, he sees now southwest of Huntsville.
Yeah, that cell that just come past us is developing some circulation about just about Baileyton, near Arab in Gunnersville.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, well, my update is actually that it's relatively hard to give updates right now just because of our radar outage at the Huntsville, Alabama radar site. I think we're going to see a lot of precautionary tornado warnings.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Georgia.
The updating the software on some of the radars, and Huntsville's radar is actually out right now. Let me,
Or no, sorry, northwest Georgia. We're both.
oh, it's down.
Anyways,
Northeast Alabama, what do you mean?
no, I'm talking about northwest Georgia. Here, you want me to circle it on the map?
Well,
Right,
I'm good.
right here.
Agree, the one south of you, your
Northwest Georgia. But yeah, because we
The
don't have
south of
radar
you,
sites,
the
we're probably gonna see,
extension on the south end of that cell.
Yeah. The one we're waiting on is the one that has a hell core in it
Northeast Georgia.
that came out of Mississippi near Emory.
I mean, that's literally where it is. I think Riley's just, I think he just realized it. All right.
Trying to get a
Becoming a member of the Lost.
radar tower up to show me.
Thank you also, Kelsey, for the super chat. Does that mean no more cheese curd cameos? What do you mean, Kelsey? I mean, she'll get a super chat. Just look at here.
So So the one I'm really concentrating on is the one that just come out of Mississippi. Then there's one going through just north of Jackson, Mississippi, headed, looks like it's going to come in just north of Birmingham. And I'm going to tell you, the humidity where we're sitting at and how warm it is, I'm pretty sure this is still a prime area.
It's now ended. We only have one tornado warning. Believe it or not, just one. We got one tornado warning for Fort Payne. This one's a confirmed one. So again, still a tornado in progress. Somewhere in this range, we again have full radar coverage. Let's give you your Slavania coming up on Rainsville, I-59, and Valley over the next 7 minutes. The interrogation for this $3 super chat. Small donation to get Dale into a geography class. I agree. He might be the worst person with geography. I'm not gonna lie. He's had some struggles. So that's not the one.
Well, you're on
Yesterday, there's like northeast.
You're on the north or central end of that train of cells moving west to east.
Yep.
And I watch your channel every time you go live. This is George Jr. too. I appreciate that. And thank you for the generosity. And with all roll the $100 to $10 PayPal donation. Huge numbers in the chat for Pam. Really appreciate that. There's a chat for Pam. There's, I don't think, any message to it. Huge numbers in the chat for Pam. Thanks, Samantha, for the membership. You also, Gerald, can back some velocity members.
All right.
Right now, coming up into Lafayette here in Tennessee. Over at Knoxville, we are starting to see broad rotation develop again. So, if you're back over at Knoxville, be ready for a potential increasing tornado threat with the rotation starting to develop on this. It is a
Yeah, we're going to move down to Coleman. Now the storm down there looks like it's getting a hook on it and intensifying.
Yeah. Oh, Sirius said if you're going to move on the south and be sure to move toward Beetham now on 65 while you are in between the cells.
Yeah, I'm moving down to Coleman right now. Look at there, Carden Ditch.
Oh, good grief.
Carden Ditch, Carden Ditch.
Oh, another tree down.
So we're going to get down to Coleman. This storm is getting ready to come through there, is developing a hook on the back side of the cell. You can see it off to the right coming in. I'm gonna have to get in another lane. There's too much water in this lane. That's the one I'm talking about right there that's got all the lightning in it. We don't have far to go. Coleman got hit by a big tornado in 2011 during that big outbreak. Lots of video taken of it that day. That was a huge outbreak. History Channel was filming tornado chasers the day that they had that outbreak, and that was the day that the EF4 hit Tuscaloosa. And then we had several hit Birmingham, Coleman, Mississippi got hit in several places. I think there was over 100 tornadoes that day.
Sirius remembers that one, and you might jog down just south of Coleman near or south of Good Hope to catch that.
Yeah, I see it's moving more south of Coleman. We don't have far to go to get to Coleman, and we'll be there before it crosses. I may be able to make it to Good Hope. Or Hope. Probably Huntsville, if I wanted to get south of it, would be a better place. Give me a mile mark to get to. Okay, we're passing Falkville right now. Right here.
323.
Okay. Yeah, we're not far from Coleman. We may make it down even to Huntsville before this storm gets here. But I'd rather be south of this storm than north of it. Tornado one in Georgia's got to be from that one going through Valley Head and Mentone.
He says we have to take 31 to Huntsville, though.
Yeah, we're not going to get off the interstate. I just want to get down to the Huntsville exit on 65 here. Get a little bit south of it.
He copies. So we're not going to get that way to 78.
No, I'm just going to the exit so I can look back north. The problem with getting off the interstate and getting on them side roads, pine trees. I won't be able to see anything once I get off the interstate. So I've got to stay near that exit. Too many trees on the side roads. Those are all 2-lane highways.
He agrees about the trees.
Yeah, I've tried to take these side roads and chase tornadoes, and As soon as you get on those 2-lane side roads, you lose all visibility, even during the daytime.
What page is tornado warning?
Yeah, that's all of
You're
Right,
buffering.
I
You're not
know.
buffering.
That's Rainsville. Rainsville, Valley Head. That tornado going through Rainsville and Valley Head out towards Grant, Alabama. If you see that little town there that says Mentone, Mentone is actually on top of Lookout Mountain. So it's going to have to jump Lookout Mountain to get into Georgia.
Sirius just said also there's a potential joiner cell south of our target area that will probably heat and burn around home.
Oh, so we're going to get a nudge on this one.
And Mary Ward says, how many miles do we put on our car during a tornado season?
About 40 to 45,000 miles a year. During the April 1st to end of May, we put over, I think we were right at about 20,000 right now. So the majority of that 45,000 is put on during that 8 weeks from April 1st to May 30th or May 31st. Last week, I think it was last week, we put 8,000 miles on it in 9 days. About 500 miles a day is what we average. Because once you get to one storm area, then you've got, like we were in eastern Oklahoma last night, then you got to get it into the new storm area and hope to get 2 or 3 hours sleep. We actually slept in the car last night in a Love's parking lot with about, it seems like it's about 15 other chasers. As soon as we got there and got gassed up and took a rest stop, we got last night we got about 4 or 5 hours, but the night before we only got about 3. So that's the worst part. Don't think we're grabbing a hotel room every night. You don't have that luxury. And it's not because you can't afford it, it's because you ain't got time. By the time you get to your next area, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and you only got a few hours before you got to start evaluating your next target area.
It says, wow, she used to do retail sales, merchandising, and drove 28 miles a month.
Well, and I understand. I used to travel for healthcare all up and down the East Coast, and as much as I hate flying, I think my company had 1 week alone. I was basing out of Baltimore, and they had bought me so many plane tickets. I considered Southwest my corporate jet, and I think my flight bill that week was about $6,500. I flew from Baltimore to Omaha, flew back. Next day I flew to Kansas City. Next day I had to be at Sioux City. It was a long week, but I was having to assist in the OR. We were putting in new cancer programs for prostate cancer, and I kind of became an expert on that for about 10 years. I think my favorite area when I traveled was Boston. I wouldn't want to live up there full time, but I probably could live in Salem, Massachusetts. I do like the fact that they get very serious about Halloween, and they celebrate it the entire month of October.
Mary says, how funny, I bet they love you in Baltimore with your accent.
They gave me a hard time. Worcester said if I didn't learn how to say Worcester, I couldn't come back. So I had to sit there and practice Worcester because they leave their R's out of their words up there. And it says learning to talk up here is like learning a foreign language. The good thing about all that is I got to work with some of the best doctors that deal with prostate cancer in the world, and including Harvard and George Washington University. And part of my job was showing them a new technique in the operating room that improved outcomes to almost as high as 98%. Before you get surgery, you should always get a second opinion. And we were doing the radioactive seed implants for prostate cancer. And you can always have it taken out, but before I have an organ taken out, I'm going to do whatever I can.
Siri says, wow, that's great, Dad.
Yeah, I've been pretty blessed in my lifetime.
Skittle says, my grandfather had prostate cancer and he ended up going to Duke and they froze it
Yeah,
or something.
yeah, I'm not a big... We tried the cryoablation, the ice box. We were using argon gas. Got bigger than you wanted it to because you couldn't control based on the tissue. You can't control you'd have to know when to let go and turn off the gas because the ice ball would get too big. Radiation is the way to go for prostate cancer before you have surgery, especially for a man.
Mary says, my old Texan coworker gave me a hard time for mispronouncing cities in Texas with my Indiana accent.
Yeah, I've got a nurse I work with that's got an Indian accent, and
Indiana accent.
but I got a nurse that has an Indian accent. She's originally from India and moved here when she was a young girl, but she's still got the Indian accent because her family still speaks it. But she talks so severe at the ICU, and so one night I just looked at her, got right in her face, and said, "Listen, down here in the South, you got to speak up. We got to be able to hear you if you want a response." She said, oh, okay. I said, yeah, you can't whisper here.
Uh-oh, what happened? I lost it with my chat.
I'll tell you something really funny, and I'm not going to tell you the whole to go Google it. So I had to go back when I was going to nursing school, and this has only been about 8 or 10 years ago. And I was a paramedic for several decades, but I decided to go back to nursing school. And I had to go take another psychology class, which was developmental psychology. And I won't tell you the whole conversation, but it came up in the developmental psychology class. Why do men have certain parts like women, but we don't use them? So the teacher, knowing I was in healthcare, said, well, Jack's probably got the answer to that. And I said, you know what? I said, I'm leaving class to go get on a plane. I got to fly to Boston. I'll be in the OR tomorrow morning with some Harvard doctors. I'll ask them. And I said, I'll have an answer next week. So I asked the doctors in the OR while we were doing a case. I was telling them the story, and they said, well, that's because everybody's got the same parts until the fetus decides to either go male or female. And I sat there and I thought for a minute, and then before I could say it, one of the nurses said, "Are you trying to tell me that women have a prostate?" And he said, "Absolutely, you've got a prostate, but we call it something else in healthcare." So I'm not going to go any further than that because I could embarrass a lot of people. But, you know, in healthcare, we got to be neutral on all subjects. So the doctor told her what the female prostate was, and she called that Harvard professor a liar, had the other nurse leave the OR, go Google it on the computer, and that nurse came back and said, "He's not lying, he's telling the truth." So I will leave it up to you to Google what the female prostate is. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. It was the funniest thing. I come back to class and I said, "I have got your answer."
We're in that city that you were.
Yeah, we're in Coleman.
Sirius says, Jack, all the cells over and west of 65 are no longer thunderstorm warm for now.
Yeah, I see that.
And then he asked if it's the funny bone, and he's laughing out loud.
Nope.
And
But
Skittles
but
says
when
that
you
that's
but
definitely new
when
to
but
them.
but when you Google it and find out what the female prostate is, it's gonna hit your funny bone.
And Skittles says that that's definitely new to them.
That's what.
Definitely new to them.
Yep.
And Sirius said LOL right now.
Yeah.
And
Just-
Mary Ward says, oh my gosh, learn something new every day.
So you must have Googled it. It puts to rest a lot of urban myths.
Now I got it.
But if there's cancer in that area, they do the exact same test on the females that they do on the males. So other information we got in there is 5% of breast cancer occur in males, and 5% of prostate cancer occur in the females at that gland. If you Google it, you'll find out about that gland. And that gland is very important. For the females, you might want to go tell your husband, "I'm going to teach you something about the female prostate tonight." Because you need to know. So anyway, I told that story in class. I'm like you. You learn something new every day. I was shocked when the doctors told me. But everybody has the same body parts. Where's my relation? How come I lost my location?
Right there.
These storms must have fizzled out or something. So I'm getting off here at the Coleman exit.
Clear.
Like there is rotation on all of these storms, I think. It's just we don't.
Oh, we have a red light.
So at least minimal rotation. on every
Still
one of
clear.
those storms.
We're just in the wrong area because look
This is an urgent.
Yeah, but that's Georgia now.
All the 7 tornado warnings. Now we apparently have a new confirmed tornado warning for Cherokee County in Alabama. That would be this little thing here. So if you are in 5
So if you're looking at the radar talking about Valley Head is a small town at the base of Lookout Mountain over by Fort Payne, where Randy Owens and Alabama people live for the group Alabama. We're gonna get here where we don't have a lot of
This is a tornado.
street lights.
Seek shelter immediately.
We still got some storm headed this way. So anyway, the Valley Head, where they're saying that confirmed tornadoes on the ground, for it to make it from Valley Head to the other side of Mentone to I-75, it literally has to jump entirely over Lookout Mountain.
Sirius says, Jack, these current tornado warnings east of you, the lines are running long 59 eastbound and down.
59. Yeah, I see that. The problem is Fort Payne, from where I'm sitting at, to cut through to 59 would take an hour just to get to 59 because there's no straight major road through there. I'd have to go to Birmingham and then go back north, and by the time I did that, they're going to be in Georgia. But a lot of those storms that's going over towards 59 was the ones that we passed through coming in, and they just kept intensifying once they got past us. We've still got one coming at us right now. It's not as intense as it was. We got another one just to the south that I'm going to watch here. I'm going to take a look at it.
And Mary still has her wood wishing well that she got when she was a kid from Lookout Mountain. And Sirius says Dalton may lose their carpet factories on that tornado cell.
Well, there's a lot of carpet factories down there, that's for sure. Probably if I put new carpet in, I'd drive down there and just pick it up at half the price you'd pay from a store. And then I'd have to find somebody to put it in. So this cell coming at us, it's got some lightning in it. It may intensify, we'll see.
Does it have hail in it?
No, I don't see any hail.
Sirius's mother lives in Blue Ridge, Georgia, not too far from there.
Yeah, there used to be an outlet mall down there I used to drive down to and go to in Dalton.
We don't have any like radar coverage.
Except for the traffic on the interstate, that's not a bad area down there. Actually, Valley Head area where that tornado is right now is where I've been looking at land to go ahead and purchase now. Nashville's just getting so big and so much traffic. I just don't know if I will stay up here. If I ever decide, oh wow, that was cool. So we've got a little bit of activity in this storm.
Mary says, how many tornadoes tonight and any reports of injuries? I hate to see people suffer after tornadoes.
You know, I haven't heard of any. I'm going to tell you, I've been pleasantly surprised. The Marion tornado that we filmed that was in EF4, that was where we ran into all the damage, was at least a half a mile there, but they said it was over a mile when it crossed the interstate. Hang on, we got something hanging down under this cloud in front of us. We may have a wall cloud on this cloud. Right in front of us, we got a wall cloud. I don't know if y'all can see it, but look straight down towards the ground level as lightning comes in. We got some really low clouds right there. Let's see if there's any circulation on No. Boy, it's coming together right there, but I don't see
Yeah, I haven't
any
seen
circulation.
quite yet. There's plenty of lightning out here in Knoxville. Looking to see if there's any power.
Sirius says, yes, I see it.
That's getting pretty intense right there. So when we see a lowering like that and you see all that lightning that comes in around it, and most of the lightning is focused right there, that's where we would expect a tornado to either be or to drop.
He wonders if it's Scud.
I don't see, some of these storms had scud when it was light and we could see, but this actually looks like, generally you'd see a lot of it coming up from the ground. Problem is these cloud tops are so low to the ground, I can't see it on the, look at that. I'm going to get up here on the hill where we can see this a little bit better. There's an overpass right here.
He's checking NextRad right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at radar scope myself for the circulation, and I just don't see it.
And Gambler says you always find sharp lightning.
I know, but I like lightning. This is a little better. Let's see what we can see here. See how low that cloud is? But look, just let me see if I can get the camera over there. That big lighted sign right there, let me see if I can zoom in just a little. Whoop, too much. Right there where that bright sign is, watch it as it comes out from behind it. There's something hanging down right there.
Sirius said, Jack, there is some tightening now on that cell.
Yeah, I know. I saw that on radar scope. I'm thinking that right here along this 65 is where all these tornadoes, including the one that hit Huntsville, really blew up. Those trees that blew down back there on I-65 where it crossed, those were huge trees.
Are we facing north?
Yeah, we're facing north now, northwest here on the on-ramp. Man, this thing's kind of intensified a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, this thing looks like something's right there.
It looks like it's trying to drop something in the middle of the screen.
I'm going to turn a little bit, but I don't want to get stuck right here.
Can we put the sign up a little? It's in the chat lines. And are we on the north side of Coleman?
We're just south of Coleman, actually. Well, now watch it start wrapping up in rain. I'm gonna have to roll one down and look. No. Where's this road go that I'm sitting at? See if I can catch up with it. We're actually gonna back up here. We're going to take this road we're sitting at and see if we can't catch up. Oh, this got intense really quick.
There's another one coming up behind us. But I can't see it now because of the wind right now.
I see you son of.
Sirius is tracked at cell over Carbon Hill, over 22 moving east, but south of you looks very suspicious. Skittles says be careful.
Actually, we've got to get south. We got to go further south toward Birmingham. Seriously, look at that cell coming into Jasper right now. It looks worse than this one that just come through. And this one's still coming through. But that cell coming out of Jasper, it's going to go south of us. All right, we're going to get down the road towards Birmingham. There's a big, huge cell developing coming through Jasper right now.
Sirius says that's what he's referring to, and you'd have to take 65 down to Smoke Drive. We're 65 and 31 on the south end.
Yeah, we may have to get all the way down to, trying to think of that, down below Walker Chapel Road. And I forget that area down there. May have to get down to Gardendale, actually. Just looking at the direction it's going. Man, this cell's really developing here too. I tell you, we may actually go down and get on 59 and come back up 59 towards these two cells. This thing right here, it fell together real quick. It's coming over the top of us. Just looking at the radar. This thing's intensifying here. By the time it gets to Interstate 59, it's going to be huge. It was nothing until it got right here on this I-65 corridor. Look at that. This thing came together real quick. The one behind it coming out of Jasper is even bigger. That's a storm chaser just past me right there. Look at how intense this got just in 10 minutes. It pulled together like this.
Skittles says, how in the world are we all going to even see a tornado with all that rain?
If I get close enough, you'll get to see it. You'll at least see the wind from it and the lightning. That's when we have to default to radar and make sure we don't drive right into it. I don't know if y'all can see, maybe once these cars get by, but that water on the highway is being blown literally just straight across right now.
Sirius said that the NWS just made our new target cell thunderstorm 1. Sirius 1.
Yeah, I see that. I'm afraid that's going to be a big supercell down there when it comes through. How far are we from Morris? Morris. Morris. I'm gonna tell you, by the time I get to Birmingham and come back up I-59, there's no telling how big that supercell is going to be. It's intensifying so fast. Okay.
What are you doing?
No. So look at Springville. Yeah. And see what route it would give me to get to Springville. Look at that road network that it's recommending and tell me if that's where we get off on, where we would get off on.
Get off at exit 280.
280?
Yes.
And what's the road network look like to get over there? 2 lane, 4 lane?
Looks like it would be 4 lanes, then down to 2 lanes.
Or how far is the state with me? How far? Total distance. lightning, that's how you know you generally have a supercell that you're on, is you get that kind of intense lightning. Regular thunderstorms don't put out that kind of lightning. That means there's a lot of energy up there. I tell you, the best thing is getting behind the supercell. If you know it's not going to drop a tornado and you just want to get some great lightning shots, get on the backside of a supercell like they show on that movie last year, Supercell. Get on the backside of one and follow it, and you'll get all the great lightning shots you want. You can see the lightning better on the backside.
Target cell is shifting a little now northeast southeast between Smoke Rise and PAKM. That cell is moving at 40 miles an hour. Gambler says stay safe. Skittle said, are the other storm chasers y'all past going the same direction?
Yeah, we got about 10 other chasers right around us. I don't know who all they are, but I can see them. I can see them on my radar. They, all of us that are trained spotters show up on the radar, so they know if we put in a report through the spotter network, they'll be able to actually get our latitude and longitude and exactly where we're at when we report what we see.
Sandwich says, what's up? Ray says, where's this at?
We're southbound on I-65 just north of Birmingham. I don't know why this guy got over here. If he's afraid of the rain, get back over in the outside lane.
There's a car in the outside lane going slower than
Well, no, that's a truck. That's a fire truck. Tell if this is where the 3 lanes started or not. What was the mile marker here? Do you know?
I don't know. There's so many trucks.
I think I've got a lane on the left, but I can't see. Yeah, now I can. Got a bright light on the KMC, blinding the other drivers on the other side. So I'm not gonna make it to 59. This is that storm.
Northern Pass said hail's coming with me.
Do what?
Someone just said hail's coming with me.
This is that supercell. This is that storm. I'm not gonna make it to 59. This is that storm right here coming across 59. I mean, 65. I cannot believe it. All this debris on the highway and they're still flying like that. We got a lot of wind right here where I'm at. I'm surprised there ain't tornado warning there.
He says it's bad in North Tennessee and Kentucky. Sirius says yes, but at line 50, you will get pop-up cells behind and southwest that south.
Totally agree. I think these things are going to keep on firing up. Now further south down here by Birmingham. Need some intense lightning here in a minute.
Keep in mind that every one of these are tracking along around 40 miles an hour.
miles now.
2.5 miles drive.
You don't see red, that means it's fizzled out. Give me back building.
Miles, Texas. Miles, Texas, 80. You still want to go to that town?
Two eighty.
280. Oh, yeah.
That's on the wall.
Every time to the miles there,
More. Not stopping at 280.
stay on 65 south.
Where's the next?
10 miles.
Next.
It doesn't say what it 4.6 miles takes.
What is 275?
North.
Exit 275?
Yes.
So passing Warrior here on I-65 southbound. We're right in the middle of this one. coming up on Morris, Alabama, here on I-65. Morris. We're going to turn around. We're going to get off this exit and look at the radar in relation to our location. I should be south of that storm that was getting ready to cross 65, but I may want to turn around and go back north, and I'm trying to decide whether to cut over to 59 or anyway, we're going to evaluate it right up here.
He says that's where you want to stop.
I want to be able to look back at this storm.
You will be just south of the southern end of that cell.
Because we think the storms that's going to be firing up are going to start doing them down here now. And I just want to get on the other side of this overpass.
Clear. He agrees.
Wondering.
So again, right now we have 6 tornado warnings in effect. Main ones currently are near Collinsville, which means self rotation here coming up on Cedar Bluff. Another area of rotation over Tryon, and another one.
Whoa!
That was a good one.
Resaca.
Very impressive.
Towards I-75, so we got still multiple
All right,
areas of
so,
rotation across our line. The storm near Chatsworth and Ashton, that one. Also just gusty winds. Tornado threat much lower on that storm. Back over in eastern Tennessee, we still got a line of storms rolling through going towards Newport.
All right, let me look here.
Tuscola and Gulf Gap here for the next several minutes. We actually have a hook that is formed on radar here, just to the south of Dandridge, and a strong inflow. So this could produce a tornado at some point here soon as that goes towards Newport, Tennessee, so definitely stay weather aware. And further off to the north, mainly a damaging wind threat coming up on Steveville, and then back over in southeastern Kentucky, it's mostly wind as of right now. There's still a low chance of an isolated tornado as this line continues to push to the east. And yeah, pretty much that's what's happening across the board. Line of storm should fall apart by the time it gets to most of West Virginia, but still damaging winds being the main concern. So really the greatest concern right now is eastern Tennessee, northwestern.
Boy, look at all them cells firing up.
Possibly Atlanta here soon, and then most of northern central Alabama, and then also back over into parts of central southern Mississippi and Louisiana. Still damaging winds happening east of Jackson, going towards Newton, as well as Decatur. A little bit as well, plenty of lightning. And just to the south and east of Alexandria, we still have a few severe storms here that are still producing wind and hail. Generally speaking, though, the tornado threat will be low down there. Back over to the radar, let's go back up to here. Huge shout out to Happy with a $100 super chat that was in the chat from Happy. Max, about your mom. Worry about you. Do you ever get sleep? I do sleep, but I do eat. So I do sleep. Appreciate the super chat. I usually get at least 7 hours of sleep a day. So, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, east of Knoxville, we kind of have a massive hook that's suddenly developed. There's rotation on it, it's still relatively broad, but I would not be surprised if it wraps up just because of how good it looks on recent.
Hey Riley for the update. That's out the Dandridge, going towards Newport, Bainbury, and Ivy.
It's almost in Smoky Mountain.
The $50 super chat. I really appreciate the generosity. I watch A Chaser regularly, but I've always come back to Max, a trusted source for weather risks in my local area. Appreciate that, bro. Maybe in the name, bro. We also joined it in your weather risk super chat. No problem, brother. Appreciate that. Also, James with the $50 super chat. Athens, Georgia, like tonight. I think generally speaking, anywhere in and around the Atlanta area, it's going to be mainly a wind threat. Athens is way further off to the east. I still think wind is the main concern. There's still a low chance of an isolated tornado, but I think damaging winds are at 60 to 65 miles per hour. It's possible to be mostly a scatter risk up there.
From where?
Okay.
One of lots more details. I want to know that this stream. I want you to know that this stream was shared to several in Plevna, Kansas, and has been reported 0 injuries. I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully that is the case. Plevna was heavily damaged from that wedge tornado just a few days ago. So. Result of the tornado warning in Johnson City, Tennessee. I mean, it's not really going to hit Johnson, Tennessee here, or Johnson City, Tennessee, like near term. It's really further away from you. So I think right now, like the biggest concern is going to be Newport. It's not really going towards Johnson City, so it's going to probably stay just to your south. The storm's definitely wrapping up. We should have a tornado warning for this. It's going towards Newport. Probably got a tornado warning for this at any moment.
Woo.
Got Swoop for the very generous Venmo donation. Really appreciate it. That's the Cody for the Venmo donation. That's the world's best office chair. It's pretty good. I'd say it's like perfect, but it's good. Thank Brad for the super chat, bro. This guy was super chat about Caleb's saxophone playing. Is it true Caleb played saxophone at your graduation ceremony? That is entirely false. I don't remember there being much music. I remember there being a band, and that was about it. I was actually not developed at my graduation. Latest radar scan showing broad rotation. This isn't far from producing a tornado. I just think it's an environment now where it's just running out of steam. I think all these storms right now are running out of steam right now, so this thing trying to produce a tornado, this would be the time, but it's looking probably to stay come up in Newport, Tennessee over the next few minutes. Hey, Todd for the $20 super chat. Thanks for giving me and so many others a new understanding of passion for meteorology. Thanks for always being there. Thanks for giving us something to be excited and proud of to be a part of. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, think Eric for the super chat. You're America's next top bachelor. I don't think so. The new weather house. I mean, we're not getting a weather house. It's just gonna be a studio.
I think here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go down. We're not far from 59. We're going to go down and get on Interstate 59 and go back northeast. And that's going to give us more options on these storms. Because there's more firing up. But I can't chase them from 65. I need to chase them from 59. Because by the time they jump across 65, I'll be on 59, and then I can either go down 20 or 59 to follow.
Sirius says yes.
There's just too many of them developing too close to 65. They won't be big enough to drop anything till they get over to Interstate 59. Might be good if I get out of second gear.
Give you an opportunity to get ahead of them.
Yep. There's some coming in from the south, down around Hoover, south of Birmingham, as well as some coming through the north side of Birmingham. But they're all headed over to Interstate 20 and Interstate 59, going out to the east. between two hills, so. But we got plenty of cell covers down here, so if we buffer for a minute, we'll be right back. There's plenty of cell cover. We'll be in Birmingham here in just a couple of minutes. You can already see the lights from the city on the top of those trees. Then we're going to take an interstate back out to the east. big one. Those that's joined us, if you're not a subscriber yet, be sure to subscribe and go back and look at our videos from the last 5 days. We captured the EF4 in Marion, Illinois, from tornado genesis until it got up to Creole Springs and unfortunately destroyed that area. But no deaths and no serious injuries. And then Sunday, we were able to capture. We were able to capture a 2-mile wide tornado up in Kansas. That one was enough to make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I have to admit, that's the largest tornado I have ever seen. And was afraid it was going to kill a lot of people. But again, for the second time in a week, no serious injuries, no fatalities. I can't believe it. When you see how big that tornado was, and that it went and hit a town head on, Plevna, I went back. We were actually there yesterday morning after it, talking to the residents to find out how they survived, how much notice they got, and what it was like when it came up the top of it. I measured at least 1.5 miles wide debris path of trees down and houses hit. They may classify it bigger than that, closer to 2 miles. But I'm gonna tell you what, that's gonna be a change we'll remember for many, many, many years. So we're getting up here in front of these storms. We won't get in front of all of them, but we'll get in front of some of them. We're right at the edge of the tornado warning watch area, and development is not going to occur below that line, which is about 20 miles south of us, give or take. The last of the development is occurring right now out to the west, and it's going to be crossing this interstate as we go back to the north. So this road here will take us all the way into Chattanooga, but we've got a full line of supercells and storms headed this way that's going to cross this interstate. Next year we're going to put something on this system where you can actually see our location as we're moving and chasing the storms. We may get it on before the fall second tornado season for this area of Dixie Alley. just need more information. We want to give y'all more information. We can see it. Our new cameras are tracking our GPS location, our speed, so we can go back and look. If we see something on the video, it'll tell us exactly where we were at the time that we videotaped whatever it was that we're trying to, and that has dramatically helped us identify our location at any given point. Before, we almost had to make a manual record. We really want video of our side cameras on that big tornado the other night in Kansas, because we believe we're going to actually see that tornado out to the west of the car as we passed in front of it. But we had to go the route we did. If we went to the original city we were going to, that city got hit. Then we would ended up having to scramble to get away from it, and we wouldn't have got any video or pictures. I tell you, there was one old coot in that town, and I can say that because that's what he called himself. He said, I'm just a stupid old coot. Used to drive trucks all my life. Went out and sat on his front porch until he saw the edge of the tornado and the lightning. Then he went and got in a safe place. And I said, you ever see the other side of it? He said, nope. So I showed him a picture of how big it was. He said, well, no wonder I never saw the other side of it. I said, correct. He was funny. He said, he had a big piece of metal in his front yard, about 25 foot long, all crumpled up. He said, I think that's part of a grain bin. I said, nope, that's somebody's roof. You can see the vent pipe ductwork in the top of it. Turned out it was the whole top of a single wide mobile home that got destroyed, and it laid the roof of it in his front yard. He said, oh, I think you're right. Yeah. I bet he wouldn't have been sitting out there when that landed. But he was funny. Those were all good people there. And the people come in to help them yesterday, they were out there at 2 a.m. in the morning, less than 4 hours after it hit, with skid loaders cleaning the streets up so emergency vehicles and all could get through. We ought to be getting close to these storms.
Nobody's typing anything right now.
cup of coffee.
Oh,
We're on I-59 coming out of Birmingham headed north, east, towards Chattanooga. We're passed through Gadsden here in a few minutes. These storms should be crossing up here right in front of us. Chattanooga. I've actually went to more concerts in Chattanooga than I have Nashville. I saw Elton John in Chattanooga when you can't get tickets in Nashville, and people don't realize the tickets in Chattanooga and Birmingham are a lot cheaper than they are in Nashville for the same show. Ticket prices for concerts are different depending on where they're putting the concert on there. I think who all I did. I saw Elton John in Chattanooga. My favorite a cappella group, Straight No Chaser. If you've never seen that group, if they come near you, you need to get tickets to go see them. They crack me up, but they're a really good a cappella group. They've got several of their songs out on YouTube. Best thing about Chattanooga is the City Cafe. You haven't had a dessert until you go to the City Cafe in Chattanooga and get a piece of cake or cheesecake. Entree, it's enough food for 2 people. Be careful ordering the chef salad. You're going to take half of it home. Or the open-faced roast beef sandwich. I told the guy that run it one time, I said, if I didn't know better, I'd swear I was in a New York cafe. And when he started talking, he's from New York. Found out he's from Brooklyn. Right here on top of all this stuff, it should be on top of us right now. that wind come from? Well, we found the storm. We need some light. Pull over in a rainstorm like this, don't leave your emergency flashes on because they're going to think you're still on the road. You'll get rear-ended. Pull over and go to your parking lamps or turn your lights off completely as long as you're totally off the road. Water on the interstate. We really need to reline this highway. Anybody tell me what the road's at? See, now I could easily think that that car right there was on the road in front of me with emergency flashers and not sitting on the side of the road, because everybody that's still moving has emergency flashers on, and I could have ran right up under the back of them. And since I know people do that, I look for that. pull over as far as you can, and best thing to do is either turn your lights totally off or just turn your parking lights on. Woo!
Avery Clay just joined the chat.
What?
Avery Clay just joined the chat. He says hi.
Yeah, I'm a little tied up right now. We're on Interstate 59, northeast of Birmingham. We came around here to get back into this storm. This may be the last storm that this system develops on the Alabama side. But we still got some state chasers out here with us. Most of them, though, have went up to Huntsville, and we may do that after we finish here. Apparently, they had a lot of damage on the west side of Huntsville. If you were on with us earlier, you saw the trees that it blew over on I-65, blocking both lanes of traffic. We almost had to go, well, we did have to go over in the grass. That's where they directed us to get around all those trees. That was a big tornado. Took down some big trees. So we're somewhere near gas. the severe stuff looks like it's moved in on top of Atlanta, the north side of Atlanta. This storm is about to peter out here over the next hour, just for that small area of Atlanta. So we've got the warm front to our right, we've got the cold front to our left. Technically, we would consider this the triple point, except the environment for the storms to develop in is quickly dissipating and not as ripe as it was about 3 or 4 hours ago for formation of storms and tornadoes. So we've made it. We've made it to right at Nashville, Alabama, on I-59. So looking at the radar, we're going to give us a few minutes just to see if anything else develops out to the west. So we'll probably get off at this exit right here at Nashville and see what happens. There's still a few small storms trying to fire up on the west side of 65. It's going to come in this direction. But if they don't develop, then we may wind this down tonight. However, we understand there's going to be a big storm system coming in next week, starting this weekend. And of course, we'll be right back out on top of it. So we're hoping to get some of these videos posted this week. And so be sure to subscribe to the channel. Go back and look at that Kansas tornado. It was about 2 miles wide that we filmed Sunday night. And Curious, who's on here, serious. Oh, serious. Now I understand how you spelled it. Anyway, he gave us a good route. You'd be surprised how many times those of you who are watching us has helped us get out of bad situations. We almost ran out of gas last year in Nebraska, and somebody found a gas station that was open after hours that left their pumps on out in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska. If we hadn't have found that gas station, we'd have never got out of there. And we were almost totally, I mean, we were on fumes when we pulled in and gassed up with severe weather all around us.
I don't expect much severe weather here in about an hour or two. They posted the severe rain. I think Atlanta drove next to location that'll see severe weather.
So,
it should be mostly just 60-mile-per-hour winds. Generally speaking.
But the people that watch us on our channel, you'd be surprised how many times either helping us with routing if you know the area or you got your maps out. Because like the rain I just drove through, it is almost impossible to watch a map, look at a map, come up with a better route, or if I get turned around in an area that we're not familiar with. And Sirius that's on here tonight actually had the route we should have took initially to get south of that big tornado, and we eventually got back around to it. I took a wrong turn and ended up about 5 miles out of my way, but we barely made it south of that big storm before that tornado came through. But you need to go back. If you haven't seen that video of that 2 mile wide tornado, we posted some really good pictures still pictures we took of that tornado. We had some great lightning at the beginning that lit it up. Largest tornado I've ever seen. I can't even emphasize how big that thing was when we turned around and looked at it. We knew we didn't want to get in the middle of it, but we had no idea it was actually as big as it was, because I could see it on the radar. I knew we were only a few miles from it when we passed in front of it. If I had any idea how big that tornado was, I don't think we would have tried. Some of the chasers looked up and saw that dot coming down the road and looked up and said, we could hear them talking, who in the world is that? Driving through punching the core. There ain't no way I'm going to punch a core. I was just trying to get around it. I'm sure that some of them thought I was pretty crazy, but we did make it around, and we were one of the first two to get around in front of it and get actual video and pictures, and I was able to call 911 and tell them the exact location of the tornado and the direction it was going in, so they could get warnings downstream, particularly to the sheriff's department and police department that can get out in the streets and let people know you need to get inside. A tornado's coming. We're actually going to do a separate video on our visit at Plevna yesterday, talking to the residents there. Great group of people, down to earth, mid-America, in a small community. The whole town probably wasn't a football field and a half wide. And everybody, when the siren, there was only one tornado siren in that town. When it went off, they all ran to the church and got in the basement, and that's how they survived. I'm just glad to hear nobody was hurt and there was no fatalities. I couldn't believe. I told the 911 when I called that if people didn't get out of its way, they were going to die. I mean, it was just that big when we saw it. It'll be a long time before I see another tornado as big as that one was. It's going to be interesting to see how they rate that one. Everybody thinks it ought to be an EF5. Okay, in size it was. If they could really document the wind speed, if it was over 200 miles an hour, it would certainly classify. But the damage that I saw only would rate about an EF3. And I'm surprised by that compared to the smaller tornado that hit Somerset and Loudon over in Kentucky. Was much smaller, but the rotation on it and the speed of the winds were so high, that's why so much devastation. I believe they've rated that one already an EF4 today. And I think the casualty fatalities are up to like 28. Mostly older people went to bed early, Everybody's got grandparents who used to go to bed at 8 o'clock, took out their hearing aids, turned the radio and TV off, oblivious to anything that happened till the next morning at 5 a.m. That's who got killed, primarily in Somerset and Loudon over in East Kentucky.
Sure now. Definitely getting windy. Here we go. There comes the wind. I think it was 80 degrees. Now it's down to 75. Another cool feature on the radar mega cyclone reports. You can see the temperature dropping as the rain flare comes in. The high winds start to pick up as well. And it is definitely windy here. Game shame, bro. Are you like 10 hours behind on the stream? There's no shaming right now. We're just looking at a camera with no cars. During stream, I have at least once. I think one time. What soda am I drinking? Just Diet Coke.
So it looked like it tried to wrap up a little bit down there by Odenville and Trustville. But this storm right in front of us is moving through. I don't know if there's going to be any after it. It tried to wrap up a couple times, but
I'm in Cartersville right now. Wow, look at this structure. You can actually see the shelf cloud on the Fire Station 9 camera.
where's that at? It must be in Atlanta. Look at that. I don't think Fire Station 9 is on there unless that's a different name. So I think I'm safe to say all of Tennessee is safe from these storms. Alabama's got about another 45 minutes to an hour and you'll be clear. And then once the North Georgia deals with these storms that's going through.
We have a new tornado warning west of Oxford. That's going to be for Raglan. This rotation's actually been strengthening here near Raglan, going towards Ohatchee, Alabama. So if you're this morning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your own building. Well, I guess we got to shame. I guess we're ashamed. My bad. I guess we have to shame somebody. There is somebody parked under the overpass. If I can click the right button. Is that 3 or is that 2?
Where's the blue dot?
What are we doing here?
I don't see that showing up on my radar. There it is. Is that tornado warning?
You know what?
Yeah, it just popped up.
Well, out of the middle of nowhere, I just said I saw that storm wrapping up. Now they put a tornado warning on it. It's just south of us here. Get me over to Alexandria. Serious, if you're still on here, I just looked. I thought I saw that thing wrapping up south of us here. Now they put a tornado warning on it. But I didn't see any rotation. I just saw it. Well, maybe there is now.
Alexandria, Alabama.
A Raglan?
That's the route is given to Alexandria.
Oh, that's the wrong route. From Nashville, from where we're at right now?
Yes.
No, that's Georgia you carried us to. I'm not wanting to get that far over. We need to be going to
No, I said Alexandria, Alabama.
Anniston is one of the places. Let me find out here. Ohatchee. Give me a route to Ohatchee.
Okay. Those are the two.
No, take Raglan off.
I took Raglan off.
I was last 3 hours rated. I don't think we have a rating for that one yet. It's gonna probably take a day or two.
That's what it's given me.
There's got to be another route. You mean tell me there's no road that goes over that way? Let's start with that.
Live shot
Raglan.
from the camera in
Raglan.
Cherokee
Raglan.
County.
We'll start with that.
You don't see much here, but the storm is north of Tornado can be near this water piece here, so it's hard to see if there's actually anything here.
Which route?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find. Where's it from? There's only one route to Raglan. Alright, we're headed to Raglan. I just looked and saw this storm wrapping up. And said, well, look at there, it's trying to wrap up. They put a tornado warning on it right here on top of us. Headed to Raglan. We're only 10 miles from Raglan. When I get by this car, turn my hamper back on. Wait. Yeah, you got to know there's another one coming.
I know I see that.
This storm is really ramping back up. It's got this rotation on it now.
1.6 miles to take a break.
Don't do that. Put it up there.
I did.
Okay, don't give me detailed directions.
Are we going first?
Straighten it out. Up it straight. Okay.
So where to go back?
Just tell me when I'm 5, 10. I thought maybe this storm, when it got over here, would have ramped up enough to possibly drop a tornado, but that was a real stretch. Sure enough, it did. So this is how we chase storms. We have to predict if one can stay together long enough and intensify enough to generate a tornado out of it. Out here. Pull it up. And this is Asheville.
Yeah.
So we're actually in downtown Asheville, Alabama. That would have been nice.
It came up really quick.
Look, clear.
It was 1.5 miles to the left.
Tell me if I got curves or not.
There is a
people's on the road tonight. How is that possible?
Vortex and which is the left on the St. Clair County 26. One tenth of a mile.
Run it on, so.
350 feet.
Where's that? Oh, we're out in the boonies.
We followed this for
Whoa! A lot of energy in this storm. You should let me know if this thing got a curve in it.
it's gonna curve to the right in a second. Tornado warning in this area till 11:45 p.m. Please shelter now.
We're getting warnings on our phones that we're in the path of a tornado in this area. Turn my back camera. Any more curves?
It's still showing that we're curving to the right. We're going to be coming up on the stop.
Where's the stop sign? How far? Did we turn?
Right there. No, we go straight.
These small communities out here have no warning, no sirens. Straight.
Straight. Clear. Now the road is going to go straight briefly, and then we're going to sharply to the right. Kind of S-curve.
Well, hopefully they'll have a sign here.
Yep, here's your sign.
So we're in eastern Alabama, headed to Raxland. We're in this tornado warning, one of the last ones left in Alabama.
Now it's going to curve to the right.
Whoa, where'd that fog come from?
I don't know.
Major fog back here in that little dip. There's a lot of fog down in here. The dew point is so high.
You're back there.
road right here. A lot of debris in the road. Now I got to worry about running up on a tree.
Yeah. Tornado
Whoa,
Whoa, tree.
tree. We got trees down. We must be close.
Okay, it's going to curve to the left again.
But I'm gonna make sure we don't have no more trees right here. More debris on the road. Lots of debris. We're close. This thing must have just come over that area. We may be just south.
And a tornado warning might extend on.
They should extend this tornado warning. I'm not even sure what weather service covers this area. Probably Birmingham. Uh-oh.
More debris.
We got tree limbs down. More tree limbs down. Oh my God. Is this curving?
Yes, to the left.
I'm on the road. I'll only worry if if you can get me the number to the Birmingham weather service.
Birmingham Weather Service?
Yeah.
As soon as I get some service.
What was the name of that road back here, St.
I didn't see it because I was looking down.
Oh, what was the name of this road going?
Oh, the road line is St. Clair Country 46.
Okay.
And I've got the number for the Birmingham Weather Service.
I gotta find my phone. We may have damage right up here.
So there's
Find my
lots of
phone.
things.
Find my phone. Follow the black line.
The black line doesn't have anything attached.
Power's out in Raglan. Power's out in Raglan. Have you found it yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, give me, dial it on your phone.
Okay, just hit the send button.
No, it always hit it for me. Turn that down. Am I supposed to turn here? Where am I at?
We're in Ragland. Just pull over somewhere for a minute so we can figure out where to go next.
Press 1. If you speak to someone concerning weather information or to report severe weather, press 2. To speak to the administrative support system, press 3. To speak to the meteorologist in charge, press 4.
Hey, this is Jack Sloan. I'm a trained weather spotter. I'm on this tornado warning you've got over here at Raglan. Okay, we've got huge number of trees and tree limbs down on St. Clair Country Road 26 coming in to Raglan. It looks like there's some power outages here in Raglan itself. Yep. So we came all the way down from, we were up in Asheville. We came down from Asheville on 26 into Raglan. Numerous small trees down and tree limbs. And we haven't even called and told anybody that they need to go up there and check and clear some of that road out. But Raglan here, we're in Raglan. It looks like there's some power outage here. There's very few lights on in this town at all. And we're going to go ahead and chase it. Do you know which direction it's still going in? Is it going to... Oh, is that right? Yep. So, yeah, we'll never catch it. Well, I was wondering how come we had to go around our elbow to get here, and then I saw that big lake out there. Yep. All right, well, then we'll probably stop here and head back. We got that one in Kansas. It was 2 miles wide Sunday, so, yep. I don't know which direction. We couldn't even hardly see coming down 26. But if you go from Raglan back towards Asheville, it's about, it's 2 to 3, everywhere from here to about 3 miles up the road is where all the trees and tree limbs are. So I don't know what direction that is. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Bye. He said that damage and tree limbs and all we saw down matches exactly the route. So that was the National Weather Service in Birmingham we called. He said the damage that we saw on Highway 26 matched their radar of exactly where that rotation came down through there. This storm is already, apparently there's a lake here, and the rotation has already jumped the lake into Ohatchee. There's no way we'll be able to catch it. So we're going to end our chase for the night here in Raglan, Alabama, wherever in the world we are at. He told me it's at west. I have no idea. We couldn't even see the road, much less know if we were going west or east. So apparently there is some rotation in this storm, and they've extended the tornado warning down towards Edwardsville, and it'll move into Georgia here shortly. And when it goes into Georgia, it's going to go into Mount Zion and Bremen area. We're just glad we're out of it. I couldn't even see the road back there. But the thing is, you probably wonder, why do we keep chasing when we can't see that? Well, you know, we're so far out in the boonies. If somebody does get hit and we see a lot of damage and we see a house destroyed and there's no power, nobody's going to know that house got destroyed if somebody doesn't call and tell somebody. Especially if the people's injured or the cell towers are down. Somebody's got to be able to let somebody know where the damage is. And that's why we keep chasing a storm like this. Even though we could have gave up, called it a night, and when the visibility got so bad we could barely see the road. You know, these people out here, and probably happened in Somerset and Loudon too, over in East Kentucky, until daylight and somebody can go out and search for them, nobody's going to know where all the damage is. So anyway, a lot of storm chasers report a lot of damage in the middle of nowhere, or in some cases, like last year, they were picked up by the storm chaser and carried into a hospital because the whole family got injured when the house got destroyed, and there was no cell coverage because it took the cell towers down there in Texas where they were at, and they were a good 20-25 miles from what we'd call a hospital. So that's why we do it. We don't do this for our thrills. I've been a paramedic. I've had my adrenaline rushes, and we don't do this for money. We do it as a service and to help promote awareness to severe weather Personally, I like filming the natural cloud formations, lightning, and structures, and just something that nobody can control, which is the weather. And when it gets mean, it gets really mean, but it also has very picturesque structures to it that looks really good on video or film. So, as you can see off in the distance, that storm is still pretty intense, the lightning in it. But apparently there's a lake right here somewhere, and it's jumped that lake. So I'm afraid it may intensify some, and if you're downstream of Ohatchee, Alabama, into Georgia, there's a good chance this thing is still could drop a tornado in it. Matter of fact, on radar, we're seeing a small debris cloud on radar right now. There may be a tornado on the ground going into Oxford. And I believe Oxford is still in Alabama. Can you check it?
Check what?
If Oxford is still in Alabama. I believe it is.
Yes, Oxford is in Alabama.
So Oxford is still in Alabama. We see rotation on this and a debris cloud. It's not very big, but it doesn't have to be that big if your house is in front of it.
There's also in Oxford, Georgia.
Now this is headed, I believe the state line is going to be after Anniston. This tornado is headed for Anniston and Oxford. If you're in Anniston or Oxford, Alabama, or Bynum, you need to be aware that there could be a small tornado on the ground getting ready to come through your community. I'm going to watch this just a minute. It looks like it's tightened up and it's got a small debris field on it. But it's way past us. There's actually a spotter in Oxford, believe it or not. Who's down there? So this may just be well, I can see. There's actually a spotter down that way.
Also, the other thing that I saw is it did appear a few scans ago
St. Clair County 26.
And then if there was a CC drop, you would see the blue dot. But we don't have one right now, so I'm not able to show you what a CC drop would look like. We do end up seeing a TDS for whatever reason, but I will make sure to point that out. This storm down here is rotating. Very, very broad. There is yeah, broad.
The name of this town?
Just thanks to the $5 super chat to share that false information. Illinois is better than Wisconsin. No, actually, it's not. Not
RAGLAND.
agree with that statement. I think if you ask anyone from Wisconsin, they would not say the same. Minnesota and Iowa as well. We're actually above a late tornado possible right now. We have one tornado warning. That's what we are looking at here. Your mom, how's it going? Quick super chat. Well, when was next game? Yeah, they definitely did not win the game today. That is for sure. I looked at the score and I can't even say that I thought the game was going to be that much of a blowout. But yeah, OKC definitely won tonight. Dang, I'm just like Max. I sneeze one time every stream. Derek, thanks for $2 super chat. What are your thoughts south of Atlanta? South of Atlanta, we do have this line of storms currently warned for 60 miles per hour winds. I don't think we've seen any tornado warnings when this storm gets to Atlanta. I think they'll be mostly out of Birmingham at that point. So we'll definitely be successful in
I can't tell. This town's so small. If it's
I grew up in Minnesota.
power outage or does nobody got their lights on?
Even though we don't have our motor motion yet, is because I really haven't had time, and I'm a terrible graphic designer, as we all know. I design, if any of you guys haven't seen, this is my Picasso artistic interpretation of a supercell and a associated rotation.
But does the town have no streetlights in the
Mine
center
hurts
of town?
right here. This is
May not.
right.
Town may not be able to afford street lights.
Anything coming from New Jersey? Not really, actually. It's pretty quiet over next to us. Brandon, thanks for $5 super chat. Max, we think it's a great team. We've been honestly popping on a screen and something.
All right, so we're going to call it a night. We can't do anything more about this tornado warned storm. It jumped the lake. The weather service out of Birmingham told us there's no way we'd be able to catch it because we got to drive around the lake, and it's already past Ohatchee. But we did see a bunch of damaged trees and tree limbs down on Highway 26 coming into town. I can't tell if there's power outage here. Awful lot of people in this little town for this time of night.
Welcome into everyone who is new.
So, but there's almost no lights on in this town. There's a few, but there's very few lights, which is very unusual since we're sitting right downtown Raglan.
In front of the fire station.
Is it fire station?
Yeah, that's the fire station. I saw a fire truck in it.
Yeah. I'm beginning to wonder if these aren't just emergency lights on. Is there a traffic light right there?
I don't know.
I don't either. That would be an emergency light by that door. That would be emergency lights in by the fire truck.
22% members. Why is everyone meowing in chat? My chat is meowing.
Yep.
That's not something that I had on the table for today, but I guess it's happening. Everyone has guys.
Now, here comes the good part. We got to figure out how to get out of here. So the Weather Service did confirm that they thought it was on the ground when it came here near Raglan. They've still got a tornado warning. They've extended the tornado warning out to the edge of Alabama. It'll be up to Atlanta if they want to extend the tornado warning into Georgia.
Yeah, there's a traffic light, a street light over there, overhead that's out.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the power is out here in Raglan.
Above 42 right now. Fertile. Who said fertile? That's why I'm going to start slamming people in. There were 154 meows per minute. I just know
See if you can get the number. I gotta find my phone.
There's power over there where it has.
What is that? The hell is
I have no idea. But there's no power here.
it? Well, it could be part of it's out, but not all of it. I gotta find my phone. Oh, I found it.
Tornado come through my house and be my duty and honor to live stream it for you. You better. We need that pure tornado intercept video. Which, guys, I don't know if you saw Reed's
Alright, let's
intercept
see
today.
something
I'm not
here.
even kidding. I'm pretty sure he almost died. Bro intercepted a probably significant, if not violent, catastrophic storm. The windows on Dominator. Not the greatest idea, but definitely was the greatest tornado video I've ever seen, probably. Never like so I chat with buying someone that I used to have actually Razor or Barracuda.
Hey, this is this Raglan? Okay, we're storm chasers. We've already talked to the National Weather Service in Birmingham, and I was trying to see if the power was out here in Raglan, or if y'all had been notified of the power out. But Highway 26 back to the west out of Raglan has several trees and tree limbs down on it, because the Weather Service was tracking a tornado through here. It's already crossed the lake and past Okahatchee, but I was just checking, is the power out in Raglan, or is this just how dark it normally is? Okay, well, we reported that to the Weather Service. It was out because we see street lights, but they're not on, and the whole north side of town is dark. And I know this is a small town, but I'm sure they got street lights here. So, okay, well, we just want to let you know. You might want to let them know then that just outside of town on St. Clair Country Road 26, going back towards Ashley, is got some tree limbs down on it. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to end the live streaming here. We got to find out how to get out of Raglan and get back up somewhere to civilization. We are way, way, way out here. This is the reason we carry regular Garmin GPSs and TomToms with us. When we get out into some areas, if we lose cell phone coverage, how would we ever figure out how to get back? So that's why we carry them, so we have satellite coverage on GPS. Because if you don't have cell coverage, you don't have Google Maps. And so we'll end it. We're glad everybody joined us tonight. We will be I don't think there's any storms going on for the next 2 or 3 days, but we'll probably be back out into Oklahoma and Nebraska before the first of the week. And they're talking about another storm outbreak out there going into the last week of May. So have a good week. We'll see you next time. Be sure to subscribe. Go look at those big tornadoes we filmed in Illinois and Kansas, particularly the 2-mile wide Kansas storm. And we'll be posting more video on those and our chases even before that in April here this week, since we got a couple of days of downtime. See you next time. Do what?
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, be sure to subscribe. Hit the notification button too, so when we post those videos, you'll be able to see them. And by the way, the dispatcher for this town did confirm the power is out. So, anyway, we'll see you next time.